Oh, hi there. Sorry, I was trying to figure out which tie I should wear. Should I go with the skulls or the diamonds? In the end, it doesn't matter. What is the consequence of a choice, anyway? Well, I guess it kind of depends on the choice, doesn't it? Hmm. Anyway, hi everyone, and welcome back, Fire in the Dark. I am, of course, your GM, Jamie Wolf, and I am joined by most of our cast today. We are missing a Mariah for various personal life reasons, such is the way that it goes. But before we get into it, why don't we have all of our wonderful people introduce themselves as they normally do, starting, of course, with Parker.
Hi, I'm Parker. My pronouns are they, them. You can find me online at the Pixie Parker, and I'll be playing Asher, Spectre, Claw. Pronouns are she, they, and we are very concerned right now with this intro. That's all.
Cole.
Hi there, y'all. I'm Cole, aka Ice Cold Brew. My pronouns are he, him, they, them, and I am playing Tricero Valentine, also he, they, and I'm not worried about it. It's fine. It's fine.
And Rue.
Hello, my name is Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns if you're feeling spicy. And I'm playing Silas Crow Heartroot, who uses he or z pronouns and definitely not bothered at all. Definitely not feeling anxious.
No anxiety. And as I said, I am your GM, Jamie Wolf. My pronouns are they, them. I am the world, the villains, and the various NPCs that these disasters try to romance. So, before we get started, last time that we were here in Duskfall was interesting, to say the least. Our band of scoundrels, I guess. I always struggle for the word because scoundrels never seems to quite fit, but it is the closest thing that we have. Our band of scoundrels here, digging more into the Kindled, found the path being tread by one Ezekiel Harcross, a composer, after having received tickets to a wonderful play. A wonderful play that turned out to not be so wonderful, and in fact was more a chorus of the pained and the damned. Of course, over the course of that, we almost found our wonderful crow tortured and turned into spare parts. And ultimately, they were successful in freeing the spirits that had been taken into the organ in order to make its music that was being used to literally make people pop in the audience from sheer excitement. They freed those spirits, including Rick, who was also imprisoned, and thought at first that they defeated Ezekiel, but turned out to be, in fact, a mannequin controlled by him and his gravity powers and the like. So Ezekiel made his escape. And our scoundrels lived to fight another day. Some of them with more colorful wounds than they had before. And Duskfall is still in chaos, to say the least. In fact, as we find ourselves now in our small little abode, this townhouse on the border between Brightstone and Six Towers, honestly, the best way I can describe it is, much as what's in the chat, pleasantly haunted in its appearance, with its lovely Victorian Gothic style and its wonderful little garden filled with nightshades. It's what's beneath this townhouse, though, that matters. The headquarters of They Who Remain, our wonderful group. And currently, our group is pondering over a map. On the wall, there is a note that has been posted with a dagger through it that says, sincerest apologies, but I find myself in need of a little extra muscle, shall we say. So I've taken the accord to borrow some. Never you mind, we're just putting out some fires, but I assure you, you will be well compensated for it. Sincerely, the damned. And pinned with the note now taken down and scattered kind of across the table is about 3 coin in exchange for borrowing chip in order to do a job in this case. So you have an extra bit of coin to work with here as the damned take that money to the bank. And in this kind of opening scene, what is everyone doing? We've got kind of the map, the plans, a kind of, let's call it a much downsized and sparser version of the red string conspiracy board that makes up Asher's home. What's everyone doing?
I think Tristero is kind of looking over just some different notes from here and there, looking at some old dossiers that they happen to have laying around, and is humming a tune that, if we happen to zoom in from like an overhead shot onto the building, it was actually the same music that was being played in the intro, which is like a violinist, I imagine, who is playing like 4 houses down in their own private studio. And it's just like looking over dossiers, and there's like familiar names of just people in the university that were around 5 to 10 years ago, different nobles, military names that might be connected to Archie.
Indeed. As our wonderful Tristero has developed something of a supernatural tinnitus, where the lack of control that he currently has over it, but he has the ability to hear music through the ghost field. The unfortunate thing is that he's hearing all the music through the ghost field because he's not got a great handle on it yet. But that's neither here nor there. What about Asher? What's Asher doing?
Asher has done that thing where, you know, when you're like staring at something, but you're looking past it entirely. They're kind of standing around looking at the discount version of Asher's at-home red string board that nobody knows of yet, because we don't take anybody home. We're kind of like staring past it, and then every so often snaps back in and pulls out like a notebook just that's like shoved into their back pocket, scribbles something down, kind of like leans against a wall, stares at it, and then like goes back to staring at this stupid wall. Mostly fixated on Marasi's name, I think, on that board.
And Crow.
Presently, Crow is where they like to be, up in the rafters. Like, they are very, like, tense, you can tell in the posture. And, like, their hands, they are, like, stitching up some holes in the garments they were wearing when they were tied to a table. And their eyes are just, like, dead set on, like, the same thing that Asha is looking at, the conspiracy wall, but, like, from 10 feet away.
Good. Great. And as you're like looking over that post, there is like just a nagging thought in the back of your mind of like, did I grade all the papers? I think I graded all the papers. I think I got all of that graded. Was I supposed to do an observation today? I don't think so. I think I gave that to Louis. Louis doing the observation today. We're fine. Everything's fine. As our darling dear Crow has to constantly balance, well, work and life, currently. Or in this case, work and different work.
Yeah, we don't have a work-life balance. We have a work-work balance. And no sleep. Absolutely none.
None. And it is on this tableau of a scene that the door to the planning room kind of like bursts open, and in comes our wonderful, of course, secretary, Scarlet. I've got news! Horrible news! Terrible news! Well, maybe it's not that bad. No, it's probably pretty bad news.
Okay.
Sit down, darling. What's going on?
Well, normally, you know how I like to come. I usually wait for you to come to me with news to look for news because, like, I don't know what you're looking for normally. But like, there's lots of things out there, and I can usually like got some experience. I know a lot of little things, but sometimes I feel like there are things I have to bring to you because, like, how do I put it? And she's like sitting down and like she starts like eating like. She's brought a 10 of like, you know that 10 of like that's usually a sewing kit and then like a 1 in 20 chance it's like cookies. She's brought one that actually has cookies. It's already half eaten and she's like putting them like she's going through. Excuse my eating. I need a new place to get my sewing kit put. So I'm trying to clear this out. Anyway.
Yeah.
And, is anyone stopping her from like ceaseless rambling?
Just kind of like pull out a cookie out of her hand, put it down, and just kind of like force her to sit for a second. It's where we're at. Breathe. Okay. Now let's try that again, shall we? What is so terribly wrong?
So you know how you've got me like keeping an eye out for like the people with the masks to make sure that they're not like whenever they show up and things, and that you've got these reports about the various things that they kind of are related to and all that.
Yes.
Well, I just heard my cousin Vinny. Remember my cousin Vinny?
Which one?
This is the one who runs a pastry cart.
Okay.
Lovely. Walks it around Silk Shore. Gives it out to all the whores and painters. It's great. Makes a lot of money that way, actually. Everyone always wants pastries. It's a great way to sink your sadness when you can't afford the horse. Anyway, so... my cousin Vinny, walking around. Anyway, comes running to find me. Because, you know, we're family. Knows I'm looking into these things. Tells me there's some shit going down at the Silver Stag.
What do you mean?
Well, apparently, the doors are all locked. Like, everything's locked. No one's getting in there right now, which is weird, because right now is a real busy time for the stag. Like, we're getting into the time of the year where people love to spend their money in the stag. But the doors are all locked, and that's weird, because nobody saw, like, the stag empty out either, which means there's probably a lot of people in there, too, yeah? Like, think, like a lot of people, because, again, it's the busy season. Anyway, why this is relevant, talking about that, because apparently, sitting on the roof of the stag right now, one of those people with the masks.
Which one? Which mask?
He's the one with the real big creepy smile. And half the mask is red and half the mask is white.
That's the gesture then.
Fuck.
And I don't remember exactly all the details, but if I remember exactly, wasn't that the one that like hasn't like no one's seen them do anything, but whenever they play their violin, a lot of people die?
Yes, unfortunately, you are very correct, Scarlet. Your memory is great, however. How long do you think it's been locked for?
Oh, Vinny's real fast. He gets real good legs when he's like pushing the cart around. I'd say that at best, probably no more than a couple of minutes. But like,
It's very fast.
That's terrifyingly fast.
Can your cousin teleport?
No, but he can run like a sub 15-hour marathon. It's great.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Questions
Remind me
about
to
the space.
never get chased by your cousin.
No, he doesn't chase people. It's fine, unless they consent to it, of course. But like,
But Vinny got here really quickly, and that's a good point.
Um,
So only a couple of minutes.
So
As-
probably they have not started yet.
as you are having this kind of, let's call it miniature panic session, bro,
Yes.
there is a pulsing through the ghost field that you can feel. Something that you're very attuned to, something that you're very familiar with. It usually means that because this is your house, it usually means that a ghost has entered your house for some reason. Now, granted, most of the time, that's not physically possible. You've got a lot of wards here. You've got a lot of shit going on that can keep them out. The only ghosts that can get in are the ghosts that are allowed to get in. And the list of ghosts that are allowed to get in is very, very few and far between, which is why it's not really that surprising when Rick makes himself appear at the in the room.
Hello, old friend.
Hey, Sugar Lips, we got a problem. We got a big problem, a real big problem.
Is it the same problem or a different problem than what's happening at the stag?
I don't know what your problems usually are, other than daddy issues. So, like, you're gonna have to be a little more specific.
The man in the jester mask who has locked down the stag.
Nope, that's not the problem.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm ready. Tell me what the new problem is.
The new problem is that your, well, actually, your daddy issues might have issues. You know that big old clock tower where you've got a lot of friends and the like? Yeah. It's encased in a block of ice. Like a big block of ice.
Oh,
Oh boy.
oh dear.
Well, shit.
Okay.
Ah,
This
Yeah.
is
I don't imagine you know if they are inside.
they certainly weren't outside.
All right.
this is planned.
Yeah. To
Oh,
attack
completely.
to attack both places of people who we know.
With attachments, yes.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Sorry, I processing.
While Crow is processing, Tristero's going to pull out a map and mark where the Silver Stag is and where the clock tower is.
Yep.
And-
I'm gonna put that on the map for you here. Unfortunately, our lovely audience can't see the map because that would be way too many things visually on the screen for everyone to look at.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna so that marks the Silver Stag,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna pull this one over, I think.
For folks who cannot see the screen but do have a map of Blades in the Dark available for Duskfall, the Silver Stag is in that North Island part of the Silk Shore, but on the southeast part. So where you can see the 5 docks, it's just like 2 blocks over from that, on the southeast side.
And the clock tower is like very far east in 6 Towers, but not on the island. Like the eastmost of the main part of 6 Towers.
Yeah, where there's like a 3-way intersection, and it's right next to the canals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Rick, my voice already hurts from doing Rick's voice.
Oh, I'm sorry that the character attachment that we have makes you do the worst voice.
Anyway, as you are having this wonderful dual panic attack, you can just hear on the wall in this room just the faint of time passing. Time passing and the knowledge that you don't have enough. That there is never enough in this city to do everything you want. And right now, two very prominent places for you are under siege. Each of them holding very, very powerful allies for you. Bleen's Silver Stag has served as a bastion, not just for your mental health, but for the mental health of the large city. It has been serving as a neutral ground amidst the wars that are going on. It is the one place in the city where all of the gangs have agreed that they will not fight each other currently, despite the fact that Duskfall seems to be burning itself to the ground with all of the infighting. It is a sanctuary, but it is a sanctuary under siege, and it always has been, now more than ever. On the flip side, Skurlock and his flock are some of the most powerful entities in the world when it comes to the supernatural, when it comes to things that go bump in the dark, and indeed, probably a calculated move to act against them, as they stand as a very, very high threat in the face of people who rely so heavily on their supernatural abilities as the Kindle. But in that same way, they make for powerful allies. And now they find themselves frozen, literally. And with no knowledge of the consequences of that. And the clock is ticking. And I will say, as your GM, you don't have enough time to save both. So, why don't we get into the gather information phase?
Right. We need to figure out what's going on in both situations. That isn't just from the eyes of Rick or Vinny. We need to... Where's my dad, by the way, during this?
He's currently not here. That doesn't mean you know where he is,
Fair.
but that is something that, to the best of your knowledge, the last time you saw your dad was in the broken ship that you currently call a home.
Okay. Fair.
So that was where he last was, looking over notes and things and resting his weary peg leg that aches on cold days, you know.
Yeah. As it do. Right. Okay. So this is fucked. This is exceptionally fucked. This is not good. Okay. Right. We need to figure out what's going on at both locations. We need somebody to case the clock tower. We need somebody to case the stag. And then we need to figure out who we're saving, I guess. I don't like that.
I also don't like that.
Tristero, you can just faintly, in the distance through the gross field, make out a few sounds. One is the very distant playing of a violin. Not the one that you heard earlier at the beginning, only a few blocks away. No, this one more distant, on the other side of the city, virtually. And when it hits your ears, you can feel your brain thrum just a little bit, just the tiniest amount. It's like being inside a microwave almost, not in the heat, but in the vibration. But that's not the only sound you hear. If anything, that's maybe the most unsettling at a physical level. At a less than physical level, probably more emotional, as you can hear the distant sound and playing of a very familiar flute a flute that you heard played many a nights when you were living in an apartment with two other individuals. A flute that was practiced again, again, and again. You hear the sound of Marasi's flute playing ice cold notes.
Okay.
A sound and song played entirely in sharps. I saw that look, Gru.
I was like, that hurt. I used to be a soprano, okay? I know how that shit sounds.
Okay. As part of a gather information role, because I do believe Tricera would do this at some point because it is the neutral ground. It's where everyone goes to meet. I think Tricera at one point went to the Silver Stag to have a meeting with some of the other gang leaders. And there is like one crew he wanted to talk to that happens to go there, which is I think it's it's between Ulf Ironborn or the Silver Nails.
Ulf Ironborn is dead, so...
Oh, that's from y'all's game. Whoops. Then yeah,
It's
definitely.
like we didn't kill him.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He was dead before this game started.
Well
He
then.
got assassinated by the damned. He was one of their first hits.
Good to know. But then it's more of a. Then actually it'd be the Lost and the Silver, like toss up between the Lost and the Silver Nails, but more of just like saying, hey, I found a shipment that's going to be going across. It's actually supposed to be military rations, but can you take can one of you raid this shipment and send it over to the Weeping Lady and to the gym as well for the refugees there? I specifically picked those people because I could pay the Silver Nails, and the Lost are a group of street toughs and ex-soldiers dedicated to protecting the downtrodden and the hopeless.
Okay, what information are you trying to gather here? Like,
I want to scout out see if I notice anything weird in the Silver Stag before I go there, or if the Jester just like dropped in and then somehow all the doors got locked at once.
So this brings up a good point that this is an action, like, and you can have your gather information rolls be things that have happened in a flashback, seeding the current situation. So I'm assuming this is one of those.
Yeah.
And how far back are you saying this took? Like,
I think it's going to be like a week back.
Okay. About a week ago. And the information you're trying to gather here, can you be a little more specific in what you're trying to discern about the Silver Stag?
Were there any new hires? Is there any unfamiliar faces around this area?
Okay. Constantly. The Silver Stag has not like high turnover in staff, but in a service industry, it's to be expected, is the thing. Staff come and go. Staff leave. Staff get better jobs. Most of the staff here stay for a decent amount of time because Helene treats them very well. But it is still a service industry, so they tend to, again, turn over a bit.
Then
No
never
more than
mind.
usual.
Then never mind. Can you come back to me later?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start then with Asher.
Problem is, I think Asher is kind of looking at Crow being like, I'm about to suggest something kind of weird. It might be best if you case the stag and I case the clock tower. Because if I think that if I go to the stag, I might say fuck it and just try to break in and deal with it myself. And I get the feeling you might try to do the same with the clock tower.
You are not incorrect about that. Yeah.
I think we need to go and at least... You and I should split up for the pure sake of figuring out with an unbiased eye. We are both very biased about these two places.
Yeah. You can say that again.
Tristero, obviously this is Marasi. I don't think you should be by the clock tower either, because I think you're just going to say fuck it and go after Marasi. And this is information that is vital to the survival of hopefully enough people.
Right now, there's a priority of a powerhouse being taken out, but also a neutral ground causing the city to erupt.
Yeah.
I'm kind of focused on the neutral ground more than the powerhouse.
I think we should still case it. I think reasonably, I agree, and part of me is desperately hoping I can get to the clock tower and see that, nope, they have it well under control because they are all collectively a lot more powerful. However, also, Marasi could be an exceptional lead into finding fucking Archibald. So, that said, though, the Jester is exceptionally dangerous.
And there are more people in the Silver Stag than there are in the clock tower.
But I also know what that clock tower means to you, Crow.
Yeah. But if I'm going to do this path that I am down, I should at least keep myself honest on it, shouldn't I?
Do we want to do this then? At least have me go look at the clock tower, see how the situation is there. See if I could find anything that would be viable for us to do. It's an entire thing cased in ice. Mm-hmm. At best, my only recommendation would be to call Wick and see how fast he can get his ass over there.
The damned are putting out fires right now. If they had to pull ship in, that means Wick is also. Actually, I might have another angle to tackle. There's something on the edge of town.
Okay.
I think it's related to this.
Okay. Then do we want to do that? Can we read back here as soon as possible?
Quickly
determine where we're going to go? It may not still be bad to see if we can. I wonder if we could get Scarlet to sneak into the dam's location and steal a bomb? Is that a bad idea?
That's such a horrible idea. Scarlet, you're great. I have no doubt that you would be able to get past them, but also on the off chance Skag is there.
There's no one home.
God.
I am joking. I promise I am joking.
Couldn't I just like go to the desk and order a coffee with bomb?
You know what? Could you maybe just try that for fun and see if it works?
See what happens? I would love to know what happens.
I mostly want to know.
Sure. Why not? I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
It will give me something to think about that is not what I am currently thinking about.
And if you see my dad anywhere along the lines, tell him to get his ass back here, because he might be beneficial, because if nothing else, can send my father with a hand cannon. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do what I can. And Scarlet gets up and goes ahead and leaves. She's going to try to order a coffee with bomb.
I just love that phrase.
Same. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, would you like a pastry with that? No, but I would like a bomb.
I love it more than I have any right to.
All right. So let's So we're doing some information gathering situations here. Let's start with the person who's flying solo. Asher, you're going to the clock tower.
Yep.
So, what are you doing? How are you gathering information here? What's your plan? You're just gonna go like physically like look at it and scope it out, or like are you trying to do something more specific?
My plan is to figure out, so if this thing has been entirely encased in ice, I want to go encase this to see, one, can I see anybody locked within this ice, and two, does there seem to be any fracture points?
Sure, okay. And how do you want to be going about doing that? Survey, study, what do you think is best here?
Well, I'm also trying to not get caught while I'm at it, because I don't want Marasi to see me. So I figured prowl.
Okay, all right. So you want to try to, all right. That may change like the kind of information you get, but yeah, you can definitely do prowl.
Okay, because it's kind of the idea of I'm like sneaking around into whatever corners I can to get like eyes in.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
So, Give me the prowl roll. It's just like, this is information gathering, so it's risky standard, but it doesn't
But what do I
really-
have as a devil's bargain? Is there a bargain? Is there one on the table?
Do you want a devil's bargain during an information gathering roll? Or like, the worst consequence you get is you just don't really get as much information as you want? I'm just asking.
Yeah, okay. I'll just keep with this. I've got 3 dice anyways. I just want to make sure I get something. Oh, there's a 5 in there.
All right. So a 5. So so you scout and prowl and make your way up and around and look over what is you know, what Rick said is pretty much correct. It is a spire of ice that is currently encasing the clock tower, and you can see the clock tower inside. Like, it's normally ice isn't that clear. Like, the common misconception of ice in media is like it's a clear substance. It's not. It's got a lot of impurities. It's got a lot of air bubbles, and usually once it gets to a certain thickness, you just can't see through it at all, unless you go out of your way to make, for a very complicated process, incredibly clear ice is the thing that bartenders do. This ice is incredibly clear. This ice is crystalline in its clearness. And it is covering the entirety of the clock tower from the ground up. You can see that it is a deep thickness. When I say a deep thickness, I want to say it's at least a foot thick at this point.
Okay.
So the information that you're able to gather at this point is a couple of things. One, unlike normal ice, it's not melting, it's getting thicker. It is very slowly, almost imperceptibly, but for the fact that you take a few moments to pay attention to the stone flags and ice that surrounds it, imperceptibly growing little bit at a time, getting thicker and thicker and thicker. 2, I'm going to say that, because we have some basic information that you would just have about the stag and Crow would just have about the clock tower. Unless you literally want to go on a bomb plan to, or some other plan to try to break through this ice at the front, theoretically, the clock tower has underground entrances. Now, whether or not those entrances are also encased in ice of some sort, or whether or not there's ice blocking them off, is unknown.
Okay.
But you do know that there are underground entrances. Beyond that, far as you can currently tell, the current point where the ice is weakest is the top of the clock tower, unsurprisingly. So, alternatively, if there was going to be a place to place a bomb or some other implement to crack through, that would probably be a good place to start. That would be less stealthy, as opposed to potentially drilling through the ice from underground might be more stealthy. Kind of situation is that, but as far as you know, the front door is probably off limits, because that is about where the ice is thickest, and it is rapidly becoming a thickness that even the most powerful of bombs probably isn't going to get through without a lot of time and effort and some pickaxes as well.
Cool. Not pun partially intended. You're welcome.
Cool. But that is more or less the situation as it stands in the clock tower in terms of surveying. Let's go to Crow, because Crow's going to the casino.
Yeah.
All right. So Crow, as opposed to walking to the casino, Scarlet, on her own way out, takes you outside where you find her cousin Vinny. One of the cousins, Vinny.
Is this the one that runs really fast?
This is the one who runs very fast, actually. This cousin Vinny looks unsurprisingly a lot like Scarlet, where Scarlet has the requisite long red hair. This Vinny, black hair, very nicely kind of cut on top, shaved sides, looks to be in about his mid 40s.
Oh,
He's got the cut. So you know how you have like the undercut here, and then you've got the like lines cut into it. Yeah. He's got that on the undercuts on the side of it. Little bit of like salt in the pepper up top, kind of a thing. He's wearing not a shirt unlike mine, except his is white and like fully rolled up. You can see that he's like a little bit sweaty because he's been running. And he's wearing just pretty standard black pants. And he's got an apron over it that is dusted with flour. And you see that he's got a couple of different pastries of various kinds. There's some Danishes, there's some donuts, and then he's got the baozi, the dumplings with meat in them.
Oh, yes.
The ones that are about that big. Yeah. He's got pork buns, basically. He's got pork buns.
Is it time to trade out my evil daddy for a pastry daddy? That is the real question.
Anyway, so Scarlett's like, I told Vinny to wait. I think he can be a help to you. And Vinny's like, get in. And he opens up the like undercarriage of his cart.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's slightly cramped. You end up sitting kind of like this, kind of like knees up a little bit. It's also like not that comfortable because the stone flagging streets of Dustfell, but it's about as fast as would have probably been hiring a goat cart as you fear just like run through the city. About 5 minutes later, he's like, we're here. And he opens the door, and you are like a block away from the casino, from the Silver Stag, can see it in the distance.
That is amazing. I am sure your pastries are very good, and I would love to purchase them later, but you should also think about being a taxi service. You would make a lot of money in this city.
I do not run for money. Here, he like pats you on the shoulder, gives you a pork bun that's like wrapped in a napkin, and then runs off into the Silk Shore.
Thank you. I'm going to carefully put the pork bun away for later because I don't want to eat it right now while I'm actively doing reconnaissance. But I would like to sort of case out using the ghost field. I want to see if the jester is using anything magical to keep the doors locked, or if he has just physically locked all of the doors. I want to see if there is also like a magic barrier around the stag in the ghost field.
Sure. That sounds like an attune roll.
Good, because I'm good at those and bad at everything else.
That's absolutely untrue. You have so many good points in everything resolve. And nothing else.
Nothing else. I'm really good at people and ghosts and nothing else. All right, let me roll a tune. We are just risky standard or are we desperate because of the circumstances?
Dude, it's just risky standard. It's just gathering information.
Oh, wait.
The actual settings of that don't really matter as much.
Is there something I can do to make it not limited as in the gather information stage, or not really?
It's just risky standard. It's not limited.
Oh no, I have an arm wound.
Oh,
I'm missing.
No, here's the thing. In the gather information stage, technically those don't exist. There is no risk standard, is the thing. So.
Okay, cool. I was like, I'm still missing chunks of my arm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thank
I know.
you. All right, let's roll. That's a 5.
Okay, so you press against the ghost field. And when you touch the ghost field, there is a brief moment, bro, where you are awash in overwhelming fear. The amygdala and limbic system of your brain revolts. And the only thing that you want to do is run as quickly and as fast and as far away as possible. And if anything, maybe get Vinny to do the running for you, because that would be faster. It passes after a moment, but not before you've taken perhaps 3 or 4 steps back and fallen on your ass. There is no magical barrier holding these doors closed and locked. There is nothing in the ghost field that is keeping the doors locked. Not that you can tell, anyway, so which means probably nothing there. But there is overwhelming magical force that is coming out of this building currently. Absolutely overwhelming. The likes of which you have not confronted in a very, very long time. And by very long time, I mean not since you have seen Skurlock unleash like his full might. Long time. It is coming in waves, and it is focused on the casino. But it is not only on the casino, as you can see that it seems to almost, you can feel it emanate within about a block. And that emanation is that underlying current of fear that you primally touched on. You touched at it at its like purest source, which is why it was so overwhelming. But currently, it is emanating this aura of fear that you can tell now just how actually silent this block of Silkshore is. This is Silkshore. This is the red light district. It's not quiet. It is never quiet. There is jazz music. There are people yelling. There are people fucking literally in the streets sometimes. Like, it's not a quiet place. This block is silent. Except for just barely emanating from within this building, you can just make out a violin.
Okay. I get myself up off of the ground and I dust myself off and I'm going to make my way back as quickly as possible. Not as quickly as Cousin Vinny can run, but I'm going to do my best.
That's fair. You can, I mean, you could hail like a goat carriage or a gondolier to like water taxi you back. In fact, given where you are, the gondolier might actually be the fastest.
Yeah, probably
through the canals.
Actually.
But you're able to get back reasonably fast. Fristero, you said you had an idea.
Yeah, there's just that little bit of obsession, a little bit of one of Tristero's old habits of just like latching onto obsession. And I'm thinking about that humming noise that's making my brain feel like a microwave. Do I have like a general idea what area that's in? Is it like down near Dunslow? Is it up north near the little White Crown?
It's coming from Silkshore.
Silkshore? Oh, from right where the Silver Stag is?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 separate. Oh, fuck. Okay. So my gathering information specific question is I want to find out what's really going on here because I feel like this is a bait between like 2 separate situations. We have Crow and I being pulled over to the clock tower. Helene being Asher being pulled over to the Silver Stag. I'm going to I'm going to look over dossiers and like any kind of past information. We had that lab job we did last season. The records from the ship that was taken over by what's his name with the electricity. That ship just absolutely bodied.
Dr. Riker.
Rest in pieces.
Rest in literal fucking pieces.
we have like all this information and then all the extra stuff that's been found out about the Jester and about Marasi and about Archie. And I'm just really trying to dig through and see what is hiding underneath all of this that they're trying to pull. And if you don't think I can get anything out of that, my other option is
I feel like you just asked me like the question of the overall campaign of what is their goal of like the whole campaign.
I'm trying to I'm trying to find like the like little connecting factor of why are they attacking both these people.
I will tell you this. I will allow you to make a study roll, Vistero, to try to connect the pieces between everything that's happening, what you're looking at, and the information you currently have as to what the goal might be for this particular moment.
Yeah. Because I'm not going to lie, out of character, I thought that noise was something different, and so I was just running off of that, and now I have no plans. I will be pushing myself there. Devil's Bargain. No, I can only push myself or take up Devil's Bargain. I'm going to push myself. This is worth it.
Sure. Gather that information.
Yeah. I'll take a 5.
Lots of 5s. So, here is the information you're able to gather. Looking at everything you have in front of you. Thinking back to everything Archie has said. Thinking back to everything that Dr. Riker said. Your interaction with Ezekiel Harcross. What you know about Archie. What you know about Marasi. What you know about all of these sightings. They all indicate a desire to cause chaos, correct? They all indicate a desire to disrupt the stability of Duskfall at its core. It goes without question that the factor here tying these two sites that are currently being targeted together is you. Not just Trastero, but your entire group. Though they who remain. You know that they have targeted these spots specifically to fuck with you and y'all and your group. And you realize that at its core, these are both probably distractions from whatever else it is they are currently in the process of doing that they don't want you to do anything about. That there is something they are doing, i.e. a secret third option, that
What?
you don't know. You are at the edge of figuring it out. You're able to work out that these are distractions. You're able to work out that even though they are distractions, they are a very serious threat currently, and that these places are in danger of being destroyed or rendered useless or whatever else it is. But they are still distractions. You just don't know what they are distracting from.
For my own sake, can you remind me, like, who are the damned in the middle of fighting with again? Is it the Circle of Flame?
The Circle of Flame.
Okay.
Damned are in the middle of the Circle of Flame. That is what you have. They are at war with the Circle of Flame.
Okay.
I'm assuming we all come back together and start to talk about.
I'm gonna be talking to myself very frustratedly because I'm trying to figure out what that third option is right now. So I'm gonna mute myself for a bit.
I want you to know that I realized that you, Cole, meant you were going to do that, but I misunderstood and thought Tristero was going to mute himself in real life, and they were just going to like put a cube around themselves.
That's what I thought too for a second, but I was like, oh no, we just actually broke Cole. That's okay.
I'm like,
I want to know what the third option
Oh,
is.
you and me both. Don't even.
I'm going into the
Given-
soundproofed room.
I will say we're not limited to you can have a little more gathering of information. One, Mariah's not here, so we're down a person.
Yeah.
We're down a usual gathering information. Two, my rule about keeping gathering information like limited is usually for a time thing so that we don't go too far. So your clock is still running. You've still got time to gather information if you want to try and figure out what that secret third option is.
Can we get an army of Vinnies to go across Duskfall to scan for potential other weird shit?
No, but what you can have in this moment is Scarlet returning. So, I ordered coffee with bomb.
How did it go?
Well, she's holding like a cup of coffee. Well, I think that they like totally understood my order, but they definitely understood it to a degree. And she just dumps the coffee out on the floor, and a grenade rolls out with it on the unprimed. It's like not ready to go or anything, but a grenade just like rolls out with the coffee.
Right, well, I know where to throw that.
You know, I expected nothing less.
That pretty much is kind of, yeah.
Well, I guess now we know what to order at the coffee shop.
Pretty much, yeah. Right. So there is some secret third thing that we are certain these fuckers are up to. How do we... What would they do? What would they be up to? What the fuck would they be doing? This is always about chaos. This is always about getting against us. This is about against Duskfall.
Okay, so
My brain goes to White Crown. My brain goes to what other places they
Blue
make
Coat,
it.
Blue Coat's HQ.
No, White Crown was something that was specifically mentioned by that fucker. That he insulted... Wait. Sorry, this is half Parker going to their notes.
Roll F, White Crown.
Silver Striker attracts parasites. There's just... My thought goes to they would attack something like White Crown. They want us out of the way, which is why they went specifically for two places where we have direct ties and included one person, then the other one has a direct tie.
So which
So-
masks are we missing? So the Jester is in the Stag. Morasi is in the Clock Tower.
Correct.
The Wolf is dead.
Thank
The
fuck.
other one is probably the
Goat.
other one is the goat is probably in hiding right now because of what we did,
And he got injured as well.
and he got
So,
injured.
We have not seen the bull in a hot minute. We've not
What-
seen Talia. We've not seen the rabbit. We've not seen the cat. We've not seen the serpent.
Follow me on this thought. What would cause the most amount of chaos in a city? In a major
An
trading hub.
explosion.
An explosion that causes the loss of the railroad, of transportation. Maybe
There's so many places they could hit.
I want to look at like major government buildings on the map, because I know the governor's house is like up here in White Crown. I know it's also where I think the
You
university.
mean the White Emperors? Not the governor. The White
Not the
Emperor.
governor.
Oh, I thought that. Where
Governor
is
lives
the?
in Brightstone.
Oops. Like there's got to be something that is maybe between both of these, or like I'm really, really thinking.
Where would we not look? What is no attachment to us, but would still impact us?
The damned. We rely on them a lot.
I know they've got their own shit that they're doing. I don't think this is out to kill. I mean, if it is, I honestly, good fucking luck.
The university would be my next guess.
University, White Crown. Those are my main thoughts. Or
You have one more
Mostly-
gather information action. One
Okay.
more.
Yeah.
We can sit here with y'all speculating up and down all day,
I know.
but you have
We
one more
need-
chance to potentially try to figure it out.
Gotta be something here. What do they intend to do? What
If
should I
it's
look
pure
out for?
chaos is what they want, they're gonna do something that's just gonna disrupt everything.
There's not a way, is there, for me to like astral project into the ghost field and see if I can feel any other concentrations of things being fucked up somewhere?
I mean, you could try. There just might be consequences of that action. I'm talking like you might take some serious strain on your soul consequences, stress levels here, because you're going to try to essentially turn yourself into the equivalent of a Doppler radar for magical shit in the whole city, which means trying to almost like it's like, imagine if you will, Pro, that you are a cell phone, a high-powered device with a lot of technical expertise in how to and controlling things, and the like. Now, imagine that you were to take this smartphone and plug it into a Hadron Collider. That is the equivalent of what you're saying you want to try to do in astral projecting into reading the entire ghost field in the city. So, is it possible? Yes. Could you potentially just explode your soul? Not your body, just your soul.
Also,
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's an option.
Yeah, I still think my theory is not completely out of bounds. If you look at where, and kind of goes to the map, if you look at where the stag is, if you look at where the watchtower, like the clock tower is, they're kind of on opposite sides. You know what happens to be on kind of a third opposite side? White Crown.
Crown in a triangle, yeah.
Pull us apart to two very distant places so they can attack a third distant place. My only other thought would be Dunslow, if they were there for some reason.
Yeah, I was thinking about the prison, Ironhook prison.
Oh, God, what if they tried to get everybody freed from there?
That would be chaos, certainly.
That is chaos. That is a whole lot shit.
Asha.
In another world, we could have made really good villains. You know that?
Yeah.
I will not think about how much you think I'm going to be one anyway, and ask, is there anyone in your notes, because I know you have the best notes, that like has connections in Ironhook? Like, do any of them have people they might want to get out of there?
Archie would have Archie has contacts everywhere. The thing is, any of his contracts with military could be within Ironhook at this point.
Okay.
And that's just it. So it could be any of that. As for any of these other ones, I mean, fuck, for all I know, the cat mask one, if it had any involvement with my mother or my father, chances are they could have ended up in jail. So there's options. That's actually not the worst one, and that might be more specific. Do we want to send someone quickly to check out, see if there's something with Ironhook? I don't know. What do we do if we do figure it out? I mean, we're just gonna let the stag crumble? We're just gonna let the clock tower encase with itself.
I don't know.
Until we know what they are doing, I cannot make a reasonable decision as to which of the three we need to stop.
And we don't know the third one. We can take a guess. We could try to investigate. the prison is actually a fairly good option.
Got a grill
Then nothing.
station.
We could. I don't want to ask Rick to go back there.
That's where I was also considering, but
I was also considering. We all considered telling Rick, "Hey, go back to prison."
Hey, do you want to go back to prison for a little while? I know it sucks.
What? What was that?
it might not be bad there.
I have a question.
Hit me with your sugar lips.
If we asked you to go to Iron Hook, not to stay, obviously, but to scope things out and see if the masked ones, the Kindle, are doing anything there, would you be okay to do that?
I'm gonna call this your information gathering roll, and I'm gonna have you roll a sway.
Okay. I'm okay at that.
I'm also okay with that.
I'm not.
Nope, that's the
Yeah.
wrong character sheet. Thank you.
Can I help out?
Are you gonna use your ability, or are you gonna take a stress?
I'm gonna take another stress. This is a very stressful situation.
All right, so take another stress, and you get a bonus die, Crow.
Thank you. All right, let's go.
6.
Yay!
So you're asking me to go back to the place where I spent 30 years of my life and was only able to get out of it after I got stabbed while I was there.
Yes.
We wouldn't be asking this unless we really need you to do it. Right now, you were the fastest one among us.
You are the only one who would know if something is different or wrong.
Fuck it. Sure, why not? Fine.
I could kiss you right now if you wanted me to. I'm
All right.
joking, but
As we established, sometimes I like just to watch. And Rick will disappear for a little bit. He's going to be gone for a little bit. When he gets back, and he does get back eventually, it takes a bit. Do you know the expression pale as a ghost?
Oh no.
oh no.
Do you know what it's like when a ghost gets more pale than you thought was possible? Motherfucker's almost transparent.
Uh,
All right. So, you got good instincts. I gotta say, you got good instincts. There's some individuals at Iron Hook causing some issues. How does the phrase prison break feel to you?
Yep, that would fit the MO. Okay,
that
great.
tracks.
That's
Okay.
what we were worried about. Fuck!
I haven't gotten to the exciting part.
There's an exciting part?
Oh, there's an exciting part.
What do you mean?
While I was there, I saw a person in a goat mask covered in arrows, a person in a rabbit mask covered in fireworks, and a person in a serpent mask covered in stone-like scales.
They are all there?
3 of them. That means 5 of them are actually accounted for right now with what they're doing in the city.
Yeah.
With one of them dead, that means
Archie and the cat.
Talia and the cat and Archie are the only ones not currently present.
Not accounted for.
That means they're doing something else, but
Not as we can't go 4 places at once, please.
Sorry. We decided there was only going to be a 3rd other secret problem, not a 4th. I don't think we can handle, we can't handle 3 as it stands. What the fuck?
okay.
As hard as it is to say it, in terms of things that are going to fuck over Duskfall, every prisoner being let out of Iron Hook
I know.
It's not something we can just let happen.
No.
No, but if we need more. So the way I see it right now is this: one, the three of us just go straight to Iron Hook, and we take on 3 mass kindled. One of which we know their, 2 of which we know their powers. One is probably going to petrify us into a statue.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption, I think.
But option 2 is we go to save one of the parties. If we get Skurlock, they might be a bit weak, and then sprint over to the prison, we can save them.
And we're letting neutral ground fall.
And letting a neutral ground fall. If we go for the neutral ground, we can bolster it, try and make it a little bit stronger, but we can't guarantee the other gangs will be able to stand with them. They'll probably just hunker down and protect their own territory more. Or, arguably the worst but riskiest option, one of us goes to Iron Hook and buys some time.
What? That is a death sentence, I think.
That's why it's the worst option. Okay.
Better than my idea of trying to split us up 3 ways and see if we can't.
I want it all.
I
want it all.
I understand that as a tactic. I just also... I don't know, because that's the thing, is... Yes, could we potentially free Skurlock and the Flock and get them to help us at either of the other sites? Neither are good. Having a neutral ground collapse, that is what is stopping the gangs from tearing each other apart.
Mm-hmm.
Having at least a neutral ground gives them that. If they don't even have that, nobody has safety in any way, shape, or form. That is already losing a foothold in the city. Thing is, yes, if the criminals all fucking get out of Iron Hook, yes, that is a lot of ongoing chaos. But perhaps there's a way to get some of the gangs against them. To some extent, we need part of this city to band together. We need parts of it, at least.
You have to keep in mind, though, the gangs that are currently on that neutral ground also have some of their own members in that prison. They might want them to break out.
I know. Which is a whole other big fucking issue.
If I could just interject real quick.
Uh-huh. Yeah?
There's a worse option. I hate to be the one to bring up that there's a worse option.
What's the best option?
Sure, when you break a bunch of people out of prison, they're probably going to either go wild for a little bit because they think they're going to get locked back up pretty quick, or they're going to go back to the people that, got they're affiliated with. But isn't there usually some kind of sense of loyalty to the people who broke you out?
Yep.
Yeah, they will.
That was the other option.
They will, and if the kindling break everyone's gang members out of Iron Hook, then all of those gangs will be indebted to the kindled.
Mm-hmm. And the following option after that is the Empire comes down on the entire city of Dustfall. And at minimum, they bring in a military force. At worst, they shell us from afar. Nothing's left.
I'm very sorry, Asha.
Okay. Let's go. Let's stop the prison first. I don't think we have enough time to take care of the Flock, and then...
We can skip them. It is fine.
The second of the prison job, as soon as we clear that, I am heading to the casino. Come hell or high water, I don't actually give a fucking shit.
I know. Let me grab something from my lab really quickly. I'm going to go to my lab. I'm going to close the door behind me and lock it. and I'm going to pull out from a locked cabinet a little vial that has the equivalent of 2 doses of kindling still in it. Because I used 1 dose for research.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to take a syringe and take another dose of it out and inject myself directly into the back of my neck.
Okay.
Roll resistance against a level 4 harm, please.
I have a plus. We have a +1 die for that. I'm fine.
Boy.
Let me pull up Silas Crow Harper's.
Who had that on their bingo card?
We knew it was going to happen eventually.
I know, I had a feeling.
But hey,
Couldn't think of a
Bro.
better time to do it.
You inject kindling directly into your veins. 2 rooms over, in the planning room where Scarlet, Tristero, and Asher are collectively kind of losing their shit. And having minor emotional breakdowns about things that are having to be done. You hear one of the loudest screams you've ever heard in your life coming from Crow's lab.
Asher was.
And with that, we're going to take a break.
Oh, fuck. Ah!
So, we will see y'all soon. We'll be right back in about 5 to 10 minutes. And we're back. So, before we start getting into things like engagement roles and what the group is actually doing, there was a loud, rip-roaring scream from Crow's lab to the sounds and sweet, dulcet tones of our compatriots back in the planning room. So what are they doing?
Immediately going to the door, and upon realizing it's locked, bust out the lockpicks.
Grabbing a chair and getting ready to ram down the door.
We assume Crow is being attacked. So,
interestingly enough, just because of the sheer quality and time that they've put into it, Tristero, the lockpicks were faster than the chair. Like, you grabbed the chair and were about to throw it, and the door was opening.
Fuck.
I've probably practiced on all of the locks in this house too. So.
Oh yeah, you know exactly which lockpick goes into Crow's lab door.
112%.
Drop the chair and just crash through the door after it being unlocked.
Through the door is the figure of Crow, but it is Crow in the throes of metamorphosis. May not be the right word so much as you watch as all around them, it is as though their very soul has been pulled out of their body like an aura and is being pulled in every direction. Asher, you don't even need to use your eye to read the aura right now. You see that crow-like figure that was suspended by all those cut threads with the last one around the neck. You watch as that last thread gets severed and all of those cords around the crow unravel, and that crow begins to mold and shift and rip and tear and be put back together again. Much in the same way that Crow themselves, you can see that as their spirit kind of wobbles and waves all around them in this almost liquid, gaseous green aura, their skin is cracking apart and fusing back together again and again and again and again, with power dripping through it at all points, shining with a sickly green light, and also coming out of their eyes, their mouth, everything. Until eventually, it's like almost a small collapsing star as it all implodes inward. Light bursts for a moment, so much that Asher and Tristero and Scarlet now, who is unsurprisingly come running after you, have to shield your eyes and look away for a moment. And when you look back, there is Crow. There is Crow, much the way you normally see them, save for that power is still seeming to try to drip and rip through their skin and drip out their eyes, like they can't quite get a handle on it. And Asher, the thing that was Crow's aura, the giant bound crow, is bound no longer. But it is not the same crow. Indeed, it is now no longer a corporeal looking crow. You see a skeleton of a crow with its body, its feathers, and everything made up of the familiar green ectoplasmic sight of the ghost field's manifested physical power. You can see it rippling off of it in gaseous waves. It looks incredibly powerful and incredibly undone. And also, still Crow, but Crow unbound.
Crow, what the fuck?
Am I conscious and cognizant?
You are conscious, cognizant. You feel great, actually. Here's the thing. You feel amazing. You felt extraordinary pain for just like a brief moment. You felt very similar to that buzzing, bleeding feeling of like when you summoned all of those ghosts during our finale in season 1. You felt terrible. Like someone had literally stabbed a sword into your soul and twisted. And then, almost like the equivalent of the world's worst acupuncture massage, when it pulled out, it felt amazing. You felt like a clog in your perception had been removed. Like the world around you had been viewed in low definition and someone just turned it up to 4K. I did also add a new feature to your sheet. I don't know if you can see it.
I can. I'm very excited. You watch Crow sort of like roll their shoulders back and crack sort of all of their bones. And Z stands up like taller than usual. Like he has not grown taller, but normally he's a little bit slouched. And so for the first time you see Crow like stand up with like proper straight posture.
Do we see the oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, ask.
I was gonna say, do we see the syringe on the ground as well, or is it still in your hand?
It is actually kind of hard to miss the syringe on the ground in this pristinely well-kept lab. It is the one thing that's not in place. So it's normally I'd say no, but in this case, given how anal retentive Crow has been about taking care of their lab, the fact that there is a obviously used syringe just barely with a drop of neon red liquid at the tip of it. Yeah, no, it's noticeable.
Do we see the second vial that still remains somewhere here? Or did
I will leave that up to Crow, where
Cool,
it was done with it.
Crow would have put it back in the locked cabinet before doing the injection because he's not sure what was going to happen and didn't want to knock it over and break it.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we'll have to choose.
What? No, Crow. What the fuck? What did you just do?
What I had to do, that's all.
I'm sorry, are you going to tell us that you had fucking... This looks like fucking kindling. Is that what you just fucking did? Did you have that this whole time?
Yes.
And you try to tell me point fucking blank that you're not working with him.
I'm not. You know when I'm lying and when I'm not. I told you that he gave me something. I just did not tell you what.
You're starting to sound like me. And you're starting to sound a little bit more like Archie.
Do you have control over this, whatever the fuck has happened to you?
Yes, I think so.
And are you about to fucking turn on us?
No.
Did you not see any other option before doing this?
They want to use this power to destroy the city. I don't see why I cannot use it to save it.
How do you know it's going to be able to do that, though? How do you know it's not going to corrupt you? You've seen what these people are like. They are all out for their own gains. How do we know that this power corrupts? Period. This is Duskval.
Well, then when we are done with this, when we are done saving people, or at least trying to save them, you can lock me in a room. See what happens. But in the meantime, I might be able to save Helene, the flock, and stop the prison break.
Let's hope you're right.
You cannot look me in the eye and say you would not do the same given the circumstances.
I can't. Not even a fucking little bit. Is that all there is of the kindling?
No. There's no point in lying to you. If I said yes, you would know it was no anyway. It's a yes or no question.
I would know. Exactly. Right. Fuck! If we didn't have a fucking timetable. And I thought I had to worry about Tristera doing drugs at random. Right! Okay. So. Prison first? We should probably figure out our order of importance here.
Prison first, no matter what.
Well, here's the thing. If you go in an order, events will continue to unfold in those places regardless. So, the opportunity that this presents to you is that you could send Crow one place and you go to another,
Yeah.
is what it means. You don't really have... Crow has the capabilities to probably handle one of these places on their own currently. But if you try to do it like bam, bam, bam,
Yeah.
when you're done with one, the other two will be done.
Yeah.
Hey, so Crow, you're heading one of these places yourself. I'm struggling to determine which one that is.
If you get Scarlock, you might be able to save the casino.
I, as a player, know what Crow can do.
Yeah.
Crow doesn't, yes? Like,
Yeah.
it wouldn't inherently know what this new power is.
Crow. So, you as a player know what Crow can do. You as the character, Crow Heartroot, can feel to a certain extent where connections have been made between your synapses, the ghost field, and your senses there. You know pretty closely what you can do. You just maybe don't know the full extent of how far you can push it.
Okay.
So as Crow, to answer the question, if it's on your sheet, you generally know you can do it. You just don't know how well you can do it.
Okay. I think with what I can do now, I can... all of the powers, all of the things the kindling can do comes from the ghost field. Yes, that's what kindling is. You inject the ghost field into yourself and expand it.
Yes.
I can disconnect them from the ghost field for a time. Not totally, not completely, and I don't know for how long, but I can disconnect them from the ghost field.
Okay, then I am going to recommend you go to the stag and stop Jester, because the Jester doesn't directly kill is the problem. He convinces everybody else to kill.
Yeah.
If I can stop that music, then...
If you can stop him and put him in the ground, that is the true goal. We'll go to the prison and see what we can stop.
Yeah. And if I finish quickly enough, you will find me at the clock tower.
For sure.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to pull out the old plans for the prison.
I know.
Yeah, you still have those from episode 1, season 1.
Oh, throwback.
And I think before we start sitting down playing, Tristana's going to hand off the map of the Silver Stag that they got from Helene and just tell Crow, put them so deep in the water, not even the Leviathans can find them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a planning activity. Before Crow leaves, they want to essentially spirit message Scarlock and the flock.
Okay. Yeah. You want to try to reach out through the ghost field to contact the flock. I'm gonna say that's a tune roll, I want to say. I'm gonna say that's an attune roll. Give that your best damn shot.
Yep, I just want to see what's happening over there. It's a 6.
It's a 6. So you reach out to Skurlock and the flock, kind of trying to push through the attune field, through the ghost field to try to talk to them. I'm trying to think of what the equivalent. You know? It sounds like TV snow.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, externally, you all just watch Crow have the world's worst shiver and then say nothing.
Is that normal? New normal?
Like static. It's fine. It happens, I guess.
Right. Okay.
Let's
take
talk
care of the
engagement
president.
rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Eh.
So, what's the plan? Are we going for like full assault? Are we doing stealth? Are we doing a cult to engage a supernatural power? I think one of you is. Are we doing a social? Probably not. This isn't a transport job. I'm sorry. I don't think you can transport the entire goddamn prison.
Not with that attitude. Listen,
Just
one
take the
day.
prison and push
One
it
day.
somewhere else.
Just take the prison and push it somewhere else. No. All right. Let's look at Tristero and Asher first, because you're going to the prison. What are you doing? What's your plan here? What's the and again, not the whole plan, but is this assault?
I think it's
Deception? Stealth?
stealth as much as possible because we need to take these. They don't think that we're onto them, and therefore our best opportunity is utilizing that.
Yeah.
They think we're dealing with one of the other issues.
Yeah. To be fair, you're basically doing. I guess I should point out you're doing a plan that's like a counter plan
Yeah.
to someone who's already doing an assault mission.
Yes.
So if you're going stealth, you're going to be stealthing into a very different atmosphere than the first time you broke into here. First time you broke in was a normal business day. You're going to be stealthing into a prison in chaos.
Okay. Then maybe we need to
So
Sarah,
I'm
what do you
curious-
think?
I mean, personally, when there is chaos and chaotic forces all around, we just need some blue coat outfits and we can get through.
Go
If we just
deception?
look, yeah, if we just have some outfits laying around. We stole some last time we got in, I think. So yeah, we have 2 outfits.
Very specifically, Crow and Asher stole them by knocking out some dudes in a boiler room, I think.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was a very fun time.
Correct.
So act like the prison guards, go in, find the kindled.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yep. Let's no, that sounds good.
Okay. So y'all are going for deception using blue coat outfits. Good to know. Method of deception, blue coat outfits. Crow, I assume we're engaging a supernatural power here.
Oh, we certainly are. It's the only thing I can do.
So, and I'm assuming the arcane method that you are employing is your newfound powers.
Yes.
So let's just call that the occult plan. So let's roll a funky, wonky little two engagement rolls, actually. This is we're gonna be pushing the limits of my abilities as a GM. All right.
I'm
Splitting the
sorry.
party. Splitting the party. What could possibly go wrong?
Hey, aren't you
Alright.
happy we didn't decide to do
Two-
all 3
All 3?
points at once?
We did debate that. That was
If you tried to
temporary.
do all 3 at once, I'm pretty sure someone would have died.
What was my goal in the first season?
All right. So, starting with the deception. 1 die for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? You're dressing up as guards for a prison that is being attacked as the people who are being attacked. So yes. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? You're dressing up as prison guards and walking into a war zone. Not really. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? No, because the target's not the prison. If anything, is the target strong against this approach? Deception here? Not particularly, in the sense of like they have preparation. They're not expecting you to dress up as guards and walk in as the people being attacked in the place they're attacking. So I don't think they have defenses or preparations there. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight? Yeah, Rick already did that, so I'm gonna give that. Are any of your enemies or rivals interfering? That's literally all they're doing. That's literally all they're doing. Are there any other elements that you want to consider? Yeah, the fact that there's 3 of them. So I'm taking a die away. Fuck you.
Only a little outnumbered. It's fine.
This is the path where it's like hard choice 1, hard choice 2, impossible choice, and you've chosen impossible choice kind of a thing. So like. Anyway, you have 1 dice on this engagement roll, and we get a 4. So you're just risky standard across the board currently.
That's great. That could have been much worse for us.
It's been so much worse.
Best I could have hoped for, if I'm honest.
Honestly, same. That's all I was hoping for.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go for the occult engagement roll. The occult engagement roll, you 1 die for sheer luck. Is this particularly bold or daring? We've crossed that line. You've injected yourself with strange substances. Is this operation overly complex? I'm not sure I fully understand what you're planning on doing. So probably not. Other than the fact that you're going to try to temporarily disconnect the jester from the ghost field to see if that helps in some way, shape, or form. But to do that, you have to find them first. Next, does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? They certainly weren't expecting you to take kindling. They certainly weren't prepared for that.
That's stupid. Archie gave it to me. That's their problem.
That is their problem. Here's the question. Do they know Archie gave it to you? Second,
I don't know.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particularly defenses or special preparations? Yes, because they were prepared for you to potentially come here, and they know who Crow is. They were ready for supernatural bullshit. Not maybe to this level, but they were. Can any of your friends, contacts, provide aid or insight for this operation? That's what the Vennies did. Are any enemies or that again? That's all they're doing.
That's all we're doing.
Are there any other elements I want to consider? Oh boy. I mean, yes, but not that I think will affect the tier. More that might just affect Crow's mental state. That's 2 dice. You have 2 dice.
Okay.
Woo! You are starting in a controlled position, actually. A critical would have been like you're just past the doors already when we start. You get past the first obstacle. But you're in a controlled position as you approach the stag. And the clock tower is left alone for now. So let's start over at the stag. Tell me how you're approaching, bro. What are you doing? What's the plan? Do you want to, for the sake of your friends and companions, read to them what your new power does?
Yes. I was also going to use it, so I will also read the whole thing. My new power is World Walker. You can push yourself to do one of the following. Summon a legion of zombies to engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat. shock someone's soul to render them temporarily disconnected from their ghost field senses, or manifest a piece of the spectral city in reality for a short time.
That's raw as fuck. I love it.
I would like
That's
to
really
enter
fucking
the
cool.
stag by
Okay.
using that last ability. I would like to render the spectral form of the stag and overlay it with the real one and open a spectral door instead of the front door, essentially, because the front door is locked.
Okay. So you're going to push yourself, so take 2 stress.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing, I think, this entire time.
And you, with the snap of your fingers, you kind of overlay in reality, not necessarily the whole spectral stag, because that would destroy the real stag,
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
thing, but the doors.
The doors,
You
yeah.
overlay the doors of the stag with the doors of the spectral stag, the unlocked doors of the spectral stag, and kind of push your way through them into a horror scene. I am going to, before we go further, throw some content warnings out there for both the audience and for our players. Content warning for blood and gore, content warning for suicide, and content warning for mental discognizance. So, with all that said, we all good?
All good.
Okay. As you walk into the stag, it is... Well, the carpets were already red, so it's hard to tell how much blood is in there. But suffice to say, at least, you've gotten here soon enough. Not everyone's dead. In fact, the majority of people aren't. A lot of people are collapsed, heads in their hands, writhing like they can't quite get a grip on what's happening. Some of the stronger of mind have pressed themselves against the far walls in fear and horror at the scenes that outline in the center. But unfortunately for those without the strength of will, you see there are some individuals who have at times choked themselves on the poker chips. There are people who have taken the metal edges of the cards and slit their wrists to bleed out. There is several individuals, look, some of them you're semi-familiar with. You're not as familiar here as Asher is, but look like bouncers and the like, who look completely out of it and are in the process of trying to... They're treating some people like doors that need to be opened, constantly trying to pull, and at times pulling off arms, legs, and the people it's happening to are smiling. A lot of the pieces of these individuals you can see are being picked up. And over on the side, the Silver Stag's kitchen staff are putting them into stew pots and starting to stir and add various other ingredients like broth. And overlaid over all of this, of course, there is a gorgeous, gorgeous violin playing that can be sounded through the entirety of the hall. It is coming through the speakers, through the walls, and yes, through the ghost field as it resonates against your senses. And I need you, Crow, to make me an resolve roll. Not in the sense of like you're going to take stress depending on this, but I need you to make a resolve roll. Give yourself a bonus die, and we're just gonna have to read that. You're in a controlled situation. I don't know if it asks for that, but you are in a controlled situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does not
So-
ask. Okay.
Okay.
5.
5. So with a 5, you feel that song pressing against your own head, your own very well attuned senses to the ghost field, and you can feel that music resonating so deeply in your core. Now, here in the center of it, outside was fear. Inside, you can feel that what it is a compulsion to let go. Wouldn't everything just be so much easier if you just let go? There's so many things that go wrong in this city. So many things, so many pains, so many hurts, so much loss. I mean, isn't that why you ended to Skurlock in the first place? Because you wanted someone to tell you what to do? Because you wanted someone to give you guidance? Because you didn't think you could look after yourself? Because it would be easier if you didn't. Wouldn't it be easier now to lay it down? Let someone else guide your hand? You have enough mental wherewithal to resist that. But you can feel it scratching at your mind.
It's not an unusual thought in general. But I would like to just try to attune, not using any of like my new things, and see, because I know it's coming from everywhere, but I want to see if there is like a direction I can start going. Also, I have the map of this stag, and I want to see if there is like a centralized like broadcasting room or something like that.
Yeah. You have a map of the stag, so I would say this is an attune roll, kind of like a pulse wave, trying to read kind of the general direction of where the force is coming from. So go ahead and make me an attune roll. Because you have the map, I am going to say that I'm going to give you a bonus die because you have the map, but I am going to say I need you to mark documents on your... I forgot to have you all declare load. I assumed it was either normal or heavy, but what are we declaring for load?
Yeah, heavy.
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 All right. But I am going to need you to mark documents if you're going to, have that map. And then, I'll give you a bonus die for that, or on top of the attune. You're in a controlled standard position. So if you want to trade position for effect, you can go to risky, great.
I am actually limited because of my arm wound, so I will go to risky for standard.
Risky standard. Oh, right. You are because of your arm wound. That's right. You're at controlled limited.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. And that apes actually here with as you feel it. But yeah, so risky standard. You have a bonus die from using the documents.
Standard bonus die 1. Okay.
You're gonna. I assume you're not pushing yourself because you're saving that for your new ability.
No, I'm saving that for my new ability, but I am always listening for devil's bargains.
You're always listening for devil's bargains. Well, your devil's bargain is a pretty straightforward one here, is that when you send a pulse outward, anything that reads that pulse can trace it right back.
No, I want him to be somewhat surprised when it is just me and me very loud. So I will stick to what I am at. Okay. That's a critical success.
That is a critical success. All right. So that increases the effect from standard to great on a critical success. So I was gonna tell you that on any kind of success that it's up. On a critical success, you know that it isn't just up, but it is up about 3 floors, near the very top, and located somewhat towards the back.
Okay.
Referring now to the map that you have available to you, that boils it down to a couple of rooms. The rooms are available at that point are either, if you went like a half a floor higher, because you're not that precise, you would be in basically the equivalent of the casino's bell tower, inside where they kind of have their clarion, where they sometimes ring bells, almost like a church, really. They ring those though for last call, is the thing at the casino. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is the 4th floor VIP gambling rooms, the place where the highest of high rollers go. Asher has been there a couple of times. It is where the people who throw coin around in gambling matches that could literally change entire districts of the city go to play coin. And the last place is Helene's office.
And
Anyway,
is that also on the 4th floor? Or is that on a different floor?
yeah, that's in the 4th floor near the VIP rooms, because unsurprisingly, Helene has her office near where the highest rollers are. So that's the information you have.
Yep.
We're gonna go to the other crew. So we're rolling for y'all at risky standard, not instead of controlled. So, you two have donned these outfits of blue coat guards from Iron Hook Prison. Tristero, yours, well, actually, they never really fit Asher or Crow in the first place, if you remember. The ones they got, that was part of the role at that initial time. They didn't fit very well. They didn't look. Fun fact, one of them fits you, Tristero, perfectly. Because you are taller and a little bit lankier than either of them. Asher, of course, has to go with the smallest option. And even with the smallest option, Asher is rolling about 4 times on the cuffs of each of these, and the shirt is like tucked so far in that it's almost to her knees. Like,
For the record, I basically have a cat suit on underneath because I figured that when shit hits the fan, I am ditching this outfit. So help me, this is not going to help me.
We just need to get inside at the end of the day.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, but using this method of disguise, you quickly traverse across the city to Iron Hook Prison by whatever means necessary, probably by gondola. And getting across to Dunslow, you arrive outside to, I guess what you'd call it, is it called a cordon? A barricade that's specifically made to keep people out.
Yeah.
Where you see that there are 2 Iron Hook guards, one of them with the like Victorian equivalent of a megaphone, which is to say it has no amplifier, it's just a cone going, "Please remain calm. Do not approach the prison. The situation is under control." You see that because the thing about Dunslow is it's not just the prison. There are work fields that prisoners are sometimes taken out of the prison to go work in all throughout it. So there are these work fields, and the people who take control of the prisoners during these times aren't the guards. They're contractors, private contractors that have been contracted to have them work these fields, basically. And so taking that, you see that a good number of these private contractors have like, not a carriage worth. When I say carriage, I mean like prison carriage. worth of prisoners, about 15 prisoners in that, along with a couple of like their retinue. We're going back to Ironhook after working the fields, and are like, the fuck, man. Please be patient. And this is the scene that the two of you are approaching to. Vaguely in the distance, in the background, you hear like a slight muffled explosion. There's no fire or smoke yet, but you hear like an impact.
Gonna start jogging up, just walking and be like, hey, we got called in. Messenger came out, told everyone who was off duty to report to the prison ASAP.
That's a sway if I've ever heard one.
Yep.
Can I help? Just by like...
Absolutely. You may help. You are literally there to do that.
Yeah.
And, add some help here, so you can add 1 die for that, Tristero. You're at, again, risky standard.
What does a Devil's Bargain look like?
Your Devil's Bargain is that one of these people wants to go with you. One of these guards that is currently managing this cordon will want to go with you.
I think I'm fine with that, because my next question is, so what exactly are we looking at? They just told us to report into shift all of a sudden. What the fuck is going on?
Okay. So go ahead and roll that risky, unless you want to take it to desperate grade, which I know you love to do.
I do like getting free XP.
It's not free. The consequences might be there.
Like, I do like the at the cost XP. That's a 4.
It is a 4, so that's a success. Mark that XP. So, yeah. So, the consequence, if you choose to resist it here, because it is a 4, is resolve. Oof, what is the consequence here? I think the consequence here is that you want to try to resist is that the group of private contractors seeing you be let through are going to try to force themselves through as well with this entire garrison and cart of prisoners.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna resist it. I'm just gonna turn around at them and be like, hey, stay the fuck back.
All right, that is a resolve resist.
That's a 6.
Nice.
Look at
That
all
is
the
a 6, so you
fours.
take no stress. 0 stress is taken here as the they start to try to push themselves forward. You just put a hand in and say, back the fuck up, and they just kind of the goats almost like sit down. They're just like, okay. But you are let through. However, as was mentioned in the Devil's Bargain, one of those guards is going with you. Like, yeah, we need the extra hand. Come on, let's go. And he's like pushing you along.
Yeah. As soon
Want
as
to
we get
brief us
past-
on the situation?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? They just said to hurry up and get to the prison. Something broke bad. Is there a prison break? Is there a riot?
Prison break assumes it comes from inside the prison, which technically it does. But we haven't had a situation like this of someone breaking in from the outside and then breaking back out from the inside since like a couple of months ago when that guy Skag got broken out from solitary. This is worse. This is so much worse, actually.
Skag the knife, the killer?
Yeah, he got broken out like
Yeah, did you miss that, man?
like months ago. He got
Come
broken
on.
out like several months ago.
You gotta read the newsletter.
I don't
Look,
like to read.
we put a lot of effort into this newsletter. We do. We send it out quarterly. You need to be making an effort to at least look it over so that you know on the episode. Do you at least know about the new check-in system?
Come on, man. Jeez.
Oh my God. Yes, that
The
part
time
I
guard system has been replaced. Do you know that? You know that, right?
Wait, can you say that out loud again? I missed that entirely.
The time guard system has been replaced. You do know that, right?
Yes. That's the
Okay.
only reason I would read the newsletter. I need the rest for, honestly, paper mache.
Fine. Whatever. Anyway, so we have a group of individuals. I say group. There's 3 of them. There's
Okay.
only 3 of them.
And they're causing this much of a trouble.
Oh, they're not just causing this much of a trouble. They have got the prisoners riled up. At least half of our guards are dead. There is holes in the infrastructure, and I'm pretty sure that unless something is done quick, they're going to get through the outer wall. So, and in so doing, we'll release 90% of the standing population of Ironhook.
Oh,
Right.
Shit.
Okay. Where are you holding them down? What point do you have them at?
There is currently a firefight, which I hope you have your firearms because you're gonna need them. There is currently a firefight engaged on near the inner wall breach on the north side of the prison. The fastest way to get there would probably be through Central Gate and then to take the outer ring.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's go.
let's run.
Okay. As you're kind of going and running in that, whoever is leading, I think, should make a finesse roll. And the reason I'm asking for a finesse roll here is because as you are going, you find that the ground around you, especially as you get into the prison, has been ruptured. You are effectively climbing over rubble at various points, dodging through broken concrete, broken walls. The ground itself, again, like I said, heaved up. It's kind of like the equivalent of like someone set off bombs
Okay.
at various points and has destroyed parts of the infrastructure, making it not impossible, but really slow to traverse. So for sake of time and things like that, I think someone should take the lead and roll a finesse to try to get us there.
I'm probably the best person to lead that.
Mm-hmm. You have
So-
3 in finesse, if I remember
Yeah,
right.
I do. Yes.
Can we roll as a group action as well?
You may roll as a group action, which would be the both of you rolling, and then we take the highest, and if anyone rolls below a certain amount, there's stress involved.
Yeah.
To whoever's leading.
I can
Which
do
I assume is
stress
Asher.
either. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can either do it by myself or we can do a group, either or.
I think a group would give better chance for a crit.
All right. So y'all are in a risky standard situation again. So go ahead and do that. You can, of course, push it to desperate great, but you must do that collectively.
No.
No? Okay. I was about to.
All right. We have a 5.
I got a crit.
Ah! Nice.
That is a critical success. So
That's amazing.
No stress is taken.
Excellent.
we go-
Love this.
To a risky great effect.
Perfect.
Asher, you and Tristero, it's a really interesting situation because there is all this like rubble scattered around. But what essentially happens is you and Tristero kind of do like lock hands. One of you will balance on a piece of concrete and then like whip the other one over, and then the other one will do the same to like fast traverse over this rubble. Meanwhile, the guard who's like supposed to be going with you is like, fucking hell, all right. He's like kind of falling behind. He's like, it's obvious you work as a team a lot. Okay, all right, okay. As the 2 of you are just whipping through this, which means that when you arrive into this hell site, it's not as bad as it could have been, to say the least. You get there, the wall, the inner wall of the prison is on the north side is gone, to say anything of it. It's for those out there who are fans of Avatar: The Last Airbender, do you remember when the wall of Ba Sing Se fell?
Oh God.
It's like that. There is like just a massive collapsed section. And what the guard said isn't totally true, because there are only 3 individuals here, except now they have garnered an army who's trying to get out. Every prisoner in Ironhook who was essentially in general population, who was not in solitary confinement, and possibly, depending on what their aims and goals are, maybe 1 or 2 of them out of solitary confinement, is currently fighting tooth and nail to get themselves out of this prison, being led by 3 figures. One, very familiar, Ezekiel Harcross, you can see, is literally lifting prison guards and throwing them against the wall. You can see them like hitting the wall, and like you can hear the bones breaking as they are trying to push through. You can see that there is a feminine figure in a rabbit mask with fireworks across the face, bouncing across. I wouldn't say it's rabbit-like, but it is like she is bouncing like a lot of places. And as she does, you see her hand, like every time she does, scattered. And in her wake, explosions. Miniature explosions are just going off. Fucking like fireworks and bombs are going off in the midst of people, causing untold damage to the people and a little bit to the infrastructure, but none of them seem to be going off with enough power to have done the extent of the damage you saw on the way here. No, that damage appears to have come from one very particular individual. The feminine figure in the stone serpent mask with the stone-like scales around it. You see as they will at times lift a hand, crush it, and entire sections of the earth will erupt, collapsing inward and then exploding back out. And you see that currently she is focused on like groups that approach her, but when that's not the case, she is systematically breaking down the outer wall piece by fucking piece. The boulder has chosen violence.
Oh, fuck.
All right, one step at a time. Snakeskin's gotta go.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Have they seen us yet?
I mean, they have, but you're kind of in the general midst of the population.
Fair.
You're no more noticeable than any other guards that are getting their shit rocked right now than the rest of them. So, no. And you're going to hold that thought because we're going to go back to Crow. So, Crow.
Yeah.
There is untold self-inflicted violence in front of you. There is horrors straight out of a fucking B-rate gore horror movie with the psychological implications of 7. Unfortunately, you can't do a lot about it unless you find the source, which you think you've more or less figured out where it is. The general location. So, can I assume that you're going to start moving upward?
Yes, much of like going against my own instincts, I am going to ignore everything that's happening here and begin climbing upward.
Okay. And how are you doing that? You have the map. You have various methods that you know about. There is, of course, there's...
I would like to take like the service stairs, if that makes sense, like where the employees would go up to the top.
Yeah, There's absolutely possible. There is the service stairs, which are behind the kitchens. You could go. You could also, if you wanted to be real goofy with it, you could also try to take the dumbwaiter. But like, I feel like that would be cramped. And
honestly, I'm more worried that I don't have the strength to do that.
also fair. You probably don't. I don't think
No.
you have the upper body strength for that.
Not even a
really-
little bit.
Really funny if you summoned a legion of zombies just to do that, to pull on the right and lift you up there.
It's me and 8 zombies in a little box going like. Mm.
The 8 zombies wouldn't be in the box; they'd be at the bottom, like pulling on it as you sit in the box, because you'd be the only one who could fit in the box.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think we're going to take the stairs. As exciting as zombie dumbwaiter is for later thoughts.
Okay. So you pass through the kitchen, and in there it is as bad as you would expect. The staff have hung up various other body parts that you couldn't be seen from the front. You see one person has started making jellified brains out of one person's skull. Going through the process of that. You try to put that as far out of your mind as possible as you push through to the service stairs. However, as you get to the service stairs and you start ascending, you are confronted, unsurprisingly, because this casino is filled with groups of people on every floor. Back here in the service stairs, you find a group of people well in the thrall. You can see it, you can feel it pulsing off of them, the thrall of this music, as they kind of all look at you as you enter. Heads kind of turn, smile a little. Some of them have iron pipes. Others amongst them have knives. One is messing with a flintlock. Dexterity's not fully there, but you can see that they'll get it eventually. You can see that largely they had prepared to turn them on each other in a kind of group fight club, the worst sort.
Group fight club.
But as you come into view, something changes in the perception. There's a note that shifts in the music, and they all turn to face towards you. What would you like to do?
They are essentially blocking the stairs, yeah?
Yeah, there's like 6 of them.
Okay.
They're on one of the like landings between floors, effectively. And you can see that it's like 5 of them of the 6 are made up of staff. And the 6th one appears to be a probably just a patron, like a wealthier side patron. That's the one with the gun.
Okay. Can I light myself on fire and walk through them? I really like both you cannot see it on the stream, but I am getting the same hand motions from Jamie as from Ashen. The same what?
So, I mean, if you really want to Fallout New Vegas this and be like, the fire inside me burned hotter than the one outside me, sure, that's going to be a hell of an attune roll. You definitely have the like, you have the background with it, with the training that you have been doing a little bit with the Demon of Ash and Flame. It's just like worth noting that like you're like a quarter of the way through that training. This can go very wrong.
Very
you
badly.
know that, right? Like I just want you to Cool.
I would just simply not roll lower than a 6.
Great. So you're just gonna light yourself on fire and walk through. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're in a controlled situation, but this isn't a controlled action. You're starting it risky. If you were in a risky situation, I'd be putting you in desperate. So you're in a risky. This is a risky maneuver. This is a risky situation.
Because my other option would be to just like summon ghosts to fight the people while I slip through. But I don't know if I can do that like here with everything that's happening.
You could summon zombies to do it, fight them, push through.
I could, but I would like to be able to do the thing that I came here to do. And if I push myself too many times, I won't be able to do that.
That is so true. It's like I'm putting things in front of you to try to make you waste your resources and to make you think around it.
Yep. But let me see, 1 second. I have to also look at my items because I literally never bring anything with me because I'm an idiot. How, for my own reference, how are these stairs like set out? Like, is it like one of the stairs where you can look up the middle and see up?
Yeah, you can look up the middle. You can. This is the back service way. There's no like the landings are. The stairs themselves are like that crosswire mesh, you know, that kind of goes across. The landings themselves are like solid metal with a thin layer of carpet over them, basically. And there's a big old empty hole up through the middle. Like if someone were to like fall from there, it would be a bad way down. It is, however, also still small enough that if someone were to fall, they would probably hit a lot of bars on the way down just because trajectory and air stuff. Yeah, no. There's a good chance they'd be dead before they hit the bottom from hitting the metal.
See, I run into the issue of I could mark climbing gear and try to climb up instead of taking the stairs. I have no points in anything in prowess. Or I could do what I said originally, where at least I have points in attune. That's kind of my my problem here. So yeah, no, I think as horrible as the consequences will be, I'm going to go with my first thought.
And lighting yourself on fire.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be risky limited because you are still injured.
I am injured, yes.
So if you want to push it to desperate standard, you may.
And just a question, if you have a devil's bargain for me. I am going to push it to desperate standard because...
You are going to push it to desperate standard. Okay.
I don't think that limited is going to mean shit when there are 6 people in front of me.
Yeah. The desperate standard option, the devil's bargain that I have for you here is that, I mean, you'll do it one way or the other. The fire is going to light. The devil's bargain is that you don't have like the closest of control over it, and you're going to start lighting part of the building on fire.
Yeah, we're going to get... either way, I'm going to have to get people out of here. If there's a fire, then we will just get them out of here from that too.
Okay.
Either way, we have to evacuate this building, so...
All right. I am going to start a clock real quick for... I'm going to start a clock for... I'm going to put 1 tick in it. And the name of this clock is going to be... let me edit it, please. Please let me edit it.
No.
Let me edit it. There we go. The name of this clock is going to be Silver Stag Burns Down.
Cool.
Neat. All right.
All right. So that's a desperate standard with 1 bonus die. Yes?
Desperate, standard, 1 bonus die.
That's a 4.
That is a 4. So, the consequence of this action it works, basically. You light yourself on fire, you're able to pass through these people. A lot of them get lit on fire and start, like, running into various parts of the building. However, it's worth noting, these people were going to kill each other and themselves already. They didn't have the biggest self-preservation instinct, so the consequence for you to resist is another level of harm, to get basically another level 1 harm on you. That would be knife wound.
Okay, is that a prowess resist?
That would be a prowess resist, yes.
I will try.
All right.
Oh wait. I can mark armor. I'm an idiot.
All right. You're going to mark you have to fill in both dots
Both
to have
dots,
the armor,
yeah.
and then you mark the armor and the armor uses.
Yeah. Where's the armor uses zone? I am an idiot.
It's next to healing.
Ah, thank you. No, please
right.
don't.
So
Okay.
your armor takes the brunt of the knife wound that would have gone across your chest, as the person themselves also gets lit on fire and is sent running. There are now several people on fire who are running through this building. That may have an effect slowly on the building starting to burn down, unless something is done about it.
Yeah, well, that's like 17th on my list of problems. I'm going to be real.
All right.
I will just keep going the rest of the way up the stairs.
Yeah, you keep going the rest of the way up the stairs. And as you enter the 4th floor, the music now, it's not deafening, is the thing. It's a violin. You could people play the violin next to their head and they're fine. But it is overwhelming in a emotional and spiritual sense. You can now feel it pressing against your body. I need you to make another result.
Yeah.
With a bonus die again.
Yep. That's double 6s. Do I still mark my stress down or no?
Oh no, you don't mark any stress. You don't get to remove the stress either.
Okay, I was like, it's not really a resistance roll.
Yeah. That scratching at your head, you take a moment to breathe. Just breathe. Because it is true, to some extent. You did want to give up control to a lot of people. Archie, Scarlock. Fuck, it was even easy to give up control to Tristero during a time when things would go off the rails with Armor Venture Project. It is always an easier option to give up that control. It is always the safe, personal option to do that. But nothing worth doing has ever been done that way. And so you fortify yourself against that moment, against that control. And you walk forward. You walk forward towards where that music is coming from. And here, now, up on this floor, you can not isolate it, but you can tell pretty closely where it's coming from. And it is coming from Helene's office. So, we'll come back to you. Let's go back to our lovely group of adventurers.
You sure? We could find out what's happening in that office right now. I'd really like to know.
I know you would, but you don't need the distractions while you're trying to figure out what you're doing here. So.
Yeah, first things first. I'm going to try to get an aura read specifically on the stone serpent dude, but if I can catch the other two in my sight, I would like to, mostly to prevent shenanigans from the last episode to happen again, where I've got a fucking mannequin on my hands. I don't need another trophy.
Yeah. All right, so you're going to push yourself to do an aura read.
Yes, please.
All right, and you're reading specifically the stone serpent.
For the sake of for that, but I would, if I'm able to catch glimpses of the other two just to make sure that they are real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you didn't push yourself, take that horror read. So, you are able to catch glimpses of the goat and the rabbit. Not enough to see whether or not they are real, but enough to see that they are, or not enough to see what they are, but enough to see that they are real. To see that they have full auras, they are people.
Okay.
It seems like. Looking at the serpent, you chose the one that's so weird to try to explain. Are you familiar with I'm gonna butcher this probably terribly. Are you familiar with the concept of the kitsuguri, the something breaks and you fuse it back together with gold?
Kintsugi? Yeah.
Kintsugi.
Kintsugi. Yep. I told you I was gonna butcher it.
Very familiar.
What you see here looks like... Okay, I'm gonna pull on artist reference. You know those like body pose models you can get like as an artist to figure out different poses, like the ones with different articulated joints, you put them on I don't have one here, unfortunately, but they have different articulated joints. You can pose them and they stay in that position to use as reference when you're artist. It looks like one of those that has shattered and been put back together with gold between the cracks.
Ooh.
Interesting.
It is faceless. It is definitely kind of that like articulated mannequin kind of look with the gold fusing back together. It is wearing a sundress. And that's really it.
Cool. Do I think it's a mannequin again? I've got just listen. I've got haunted by mannequins now.
Yeah, I mean the mannequin. Looking at it later, had nothing. Like zero.
So this is just interesting. Okay.
So it doesn't have the same vibe. Whatever it is, it has a soul.
Okay.
That's what you can tell.
Perfect. That's enough. Where they're situated, is there any good... Mostly, I'm starting to look at, like, different vantage points within this space. Like, if there is a vent that I could somehow make my way into, if there isn't, and there's at least empty space behind somebody that I could make myself...
Any space that would be quote-unquote empty behind these people is taken up by prisoners trying to escape.
Yeah, okay.
Any vents and watchtowers have been crumbled by the person with the literal earth-rendering powers.
Okay. Cool.
So that's not to say that there aren't ways to get vantage points. This is just saying that it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, it's just all chaos here. That's fine. Sarah, what did you have in mind? Because I mean, we'll probably do something stupid soon anyways.
I'm probably going to join you doing something stupid, but I have a question about my new ability that I picked up. Can I make other people listen to music from a certain distance?
Yeah, you were saying that. I'd be willing to let you try. I'm gonna tell you right now, it is limited effect. Like you're starting at limited effect. It's not easy. One, you have no control over this because you're still working on that. You can barely control you hearing things, let alone other people hearing things. Two, You're interacting with the ghost field is not your specialty. That's why you have Crow, except you don't have Crow. And 3, you like trying to pinpoint something that's far away and then pull it here. You have no concept of how that might work, actually, because you've never tried it before. So I would be willing to let you try. You're starting at limited.
Okay. Let me look at my other options real quick. Oh, here we go. I want to do a little bit of a gather information, like kind of survey the entire area, see if I can notice this. But my question I'm asking is, how can I discover their blind spot?
I mean, that sounds like a survey. Yeah.
That's perfect for me.
So go ahead and you're going to try to survey the battlefield.
Yeah, I want to find their blind spot. I want to see where we can like either A, sneak up on, or B, get a better vantage point that there's not a lot of prisoners at, there's not a lot of guards at. Or, you know, someplace that's maybe within grenade distance.
Yeah, make me a survey roll, I would say.
All right. I will. Do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Yeah, my devil's bargain for you is that in order to survey, you need to, you know, get a good vantage point to like survey and look over the field. And in the process of that, you get shot.
You know, war is chaotic. I need to see where they are. I will take it.
Okay, give yourself a level 1 harm bullet wound.
Got it. And I will take a 5 on that. I'm going to trigger my armor, though.
Okay. Good plan. Yeah, so bullet rips off, slams into your vest, and you're like, take a moment to like pull the bullet out, but your vest now has a massive hole in it. So you do get a moment to like survey and look across, and you are able to find a weak point. You're able to find where a weak point survey is. With Tristero's brilliant tactical mind, there is only one place that these people aren't looking right now. And that is above.
I was actually going to say they're not looking at the sky, are they?
They're not looking at the sky. They are interacting with the earth. The underground is fucked right now. Not an option. Their back half, all prisoners that are trying to escape supporting them. Their front half, all of these surviving guards fighting them, and the giant wall that they're currently in the process of breaking through. The only place no one is looking is above. Why? Because they already destroyed all the watchtowers. So they're not expecting anything from above. However, that is a 5, so there is a consequence, and the consequence is you get shot again. Unless you choose to roll to resist.
I am going to be rolling to resist that.
All right, that is prowess roll.
Got it. While I roll this, is there a way I can get above them in any way then? Because if I know they have a weak point from above, there has to be a path to get above them in some kind of way.
Yeah, there is a way above them. Neither of you is going to like it.
Oh, no, I have an entirely different way to get above them.
Okay, well, whatever that way is, go for it. But the clearest and strongest way above them would be to climb on top of the wall they're trying to destroy and jump from there.
Yeah, see, recognizing everything and kind of like making, looks at Tristero, who probably is like, looks up. I recognize this. How far away are they necessarily from us?
Oh, I mean, it's a chaotic battlefield. Distance is relative here.
Okay. Cool, because I'm in a ghost veil. And one of them is you may float through the air like a ghost.
Okay, so you have to take the 2 extra stress for that, but,
1 extra stress for that one.
Yeah,
I was debating. Yeah, I was debating if I needed it for a few extra minutes versus anything else.
Yeah, you might, because they are like, I guess if I had to put a hard distance on it, like they're
Yeah.
like a football field away at
Okay.
least. So
Then I'm
like,
going to take 2 extra stress and do last for a few minutes, float through the air. I'll keep as a shadow though.
okay, so you can now float. You are a shadowy figure who can float
Yeah.
and last for a few minutes. Um, that's Asher going skyward.
Yep.
Tristero, are you? I gave you the like one clear option you saw for how to get potentially above them. I'm open to other ideas.
Yeah, I might be taking that option. The other option is I try to distract them and keep their eyes towards the ground. And how far away are they again?
Not a
Just make
football
sure.
field.
Now football field. Okay, about 120 yards.
Not a
Cannot throw
Canadian football field.
Okay.
Thanks.
If you don't know that, Canadian football fields are 110 yards instead of 100 yards.
Okay, so then I can't really get closer without getting bodied. Yeah, I'm gonna make my way up to the wall and
all right.
just try to get there. And if there's a point where it becomes more prisoner than guards, I'm dropping the outfit and
Oh,
gonna
we've
look
been
like-
more prisoner than guards for a hot minute.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah,
drop the
no.
outfit.
I think Asher also would have dropped hers and just gone to the bodysuit, to the cat
Yeah.
suit after, and then became Shadow Ghost.
Yeah. Once
Right.
Tristero got shot in the vest, just got rid of the outfit entirely and snuck away from the other blue coats.
All right, so Tristero, I assume you're trying to do this quietly, like you don't want people to see you getting on the wall.
Yeah.
So that's probably a prowl. It could be a finesse, but you might have people see you get on the wall then.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be sneaky about it. All right.
right.
Risky standard still.
Yes, it is your risky standard, so desperate, great if you want it.
Desperate, great, of course. What's the devil's bargain look like for me?
Okay, well, mark that experience in prowess, and then your devil's bargain. I mean, it's a real easy one. You get shot again.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna opt to push myself.
All right, so you're gonna take 2 stress. Wow, you are.
Listen, it's a stressful day. We have too many things going on all at once. If I trauma out, if I quirk out, I quirk out.
I'm
And I got
concerned about
6.
all of us quirking out right now.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I got a 6. It's fine.
That is a 6. You are very quiet as you climb up onto the wall. There is enough chaos going. Like, no one specifically shot at you. More like there's just a lot of bullet fire going on right now. So that just like there's bullets flying around you. Nothing shot at you because you pushed yourself instead of taking that devil's bargain. And then you climb on the wall and you start kind of prowling along the wall. You just like are on the wall going, and you're just like
Why
this
is
is
that
how Asher
barbershop
would do it.
quartet now singing that song? Fuck.
This is how Asher would do it. This is how, if Asher wasn't a fucking ghost right now, this is how
100%.
Asher would do it.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like scrambling your way along the wall. Excuse me.
Don't die.
All the boulder
that's your
like,
number.
rock
Okay.
dust got on. Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't know what that was.
Rick was trying to possess you.
Absolutely. Going back to the casino. Crow. I'm going to take a wild guess that you are approaching Helene's office.
I am. Is the door locked, I assume?
No,
Oh.
there is just a
Cool.
lovely little plaque on the door that says Helene.
That is nice.
It's
I
a
ass-
lovely hardwood door. You can see that it has a very strong lock. In fact, a lock that looks like it was recently pretty updated, as though someone who works with locks a lot tried to like make sure there was a good lock on there.
Is it... Sorry. So the The lock is on there and engaged. Yes, it is locked.
Oh, no, it is not locked.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You just recognize that it's a very nice lock that was recently replaced.
I think I see it and I like the lightest bit of a smile on my face because I know this must be from Asha. But then it like goes back to nothing on my face. I like obviously the music is coming from in here. Can I take a moment to pause and see if I can hear anything else behind the door or feel anything else behind the door?
I think that at this point there is too much spiritual interference.
Okay.
There is just too much happening.
Okay. Then I don't have time, so I'm going to just throw the door open. There's no point in being stealthy at this juncture.
Sure. You throw the door open, and inside there are two figures. One is the figure in the jester mask. Their hair is long golden ringlets that have been pinned up behind their head. They are wearing an elegant red ball gown dress. There is a dazzling crystalline necklace around their neck. They got tits out to here.
Good for them.
Yeah. And they, of course, have the violin. They have immaculate white gloves on their hand and are hands at the violin and are continuing to play. The other figure sitting at the desk is Helene. Helene, there are a couple of things with Helene right now. The first is that Helene has apparently pulled off at least 7 of her 10 fingernails. You can see that all of her jewelry that you've become so familiar with Helene and equated with her have been removed. And that, in fact, lots of those jewels and the like have been crushed, smashed, using Helene's bare hands. And so her hands are covered in a variety of very small cuts that are filled with crystal and glass-like things and the like. You walk in just as she finishes pulling off a 7th fingernail. And as she does that, the figure in the jester mask says, wouldn't come any closer. And Helene lifts a very sharp letter opening knife to her own throat. Well, you're not the one I expected.
Not the one I expected either, to be honest.
Thought you'd be coated in ice at this point. But that's hardly here nor there. The violin continues to play, and the knife is pressed up against Helene's throat. You can see that it's just enough to just draw a single bead of blood. That it would be the literal fraction of a moment for her to slice open her own throat.
It does not say that I have to touch a person to use this, do I, or no?
To sever someone's... It does not say that you have to touch a person, no. It would be substantially easier if you touched a person. If you tried to do it without touching them, I'm going to say that you're probably going to have to make an attune roll.
How far is the distance between me and the jester?
So Helene has a big office, unsurprisingly. It's Helene. It's unfortunate
fancy.
for you and unfortunately her in this sense. There is probably at least a solid 10 feet or so between the two of you. Because Helene's office is like, you walk in and it's like Helene's towards the back and it's this extravagant kind of like overwhelming presence is what's supposed to feel. There's some lovely bookshelves and portraits. There's the chairs to sit in up by her desk. And currently the jester is kind of in the equivalent of what would be the advisor like position as someone's right, where they would be like if they were at the person at the desk kind of thing.
Yeah.
Playing the violin.
Well, there's no way I can get from here to there before Helene slits her own throat. So I am going to do that. I'm going to make it, do it without touching. So I will take the 2 stress, and then I will make the necessary attune roll.
Okay. So I regret to inform you, you're no longer in a controlled position.
I did not think so.
You are not in a control position, unfortunately. You were in a great position when you walked in, which is why you had no opposition when you walked in until you got to the stairs. That is what controlled got you. You're not in that anymore. No. You're in a risky position currently, to say the least. You are unfortunately still limited by your arm wound.
Yeah.
You're in risky limited.
I am,
which I assume you're going to take to Desperate Standard.
I am, yeah. I am going to take that to Desperate Standard.
Right.
Do you have a devil's bargain for me?
I, in fact, as a matter, do. I do have a devil's bargain for you, and that devil's bargain is that you, in doing this action, in inflicting this into the ghost field, and the like, will temporarily open yourself up to the effects of what is happening. Your resistance will give way briefly, and you will be in a very, very difficult position if this doesn't work.
I am willing to take that risk.
We have a hand raised on the field.
From Cole, yeah.
I'm wondering if this is a good time to use foresight, because I had a couple ideas of how I provide aid in this moment.
You can use foresight whenever the fuck you want, so...
I just got to tell you how I prepared for this.
You do?
Yeah.
Render that aid.
Yeah. I think it is... Oh, fuck. I have 1 vial of murmur question mark left.
You do.
Know that more drugs is the answer to
More
this
drugs!
particular problem.
The answer in this game is always more drugs!
Separate story about Disco Elysium, how there's not a drug addiction mechanic, but the drug addiction is it makes you better at everything else. I think, yeah, it's just like that leaving moment of when I hand you the blueprints and say, put them as so far beneath the ground, not even the Leviathans will find them. And now we know. And inside the blueprint is 1 more vial of murmur. It is my last vial that I picked up from the bomb job.
Mechanically for me, taking that is a fortune roll, right?
Mechanically for you, you don't know how that's going to interact with your kindling that you took.
I do not.
I have another idea if we don't want to do the murmur venture project.
I'm just not entirely sure that it will help, because if I fail the fortune roll, it will actively make it worse.
That's fair.
Well, you'll still get the bonus die from Cole regardless, is the thing, because it's the help action. But
yeah. I think I can also like give you a spirit anchor that maybe helps like focus your new abilities.
Yeah, thank you.
Hold on. God Mike is active. What is murmur derived from? a certain drug that has an electrical component to it.
Spark. Right? It's Spark?
Yeah.
Yeah. I give you Spark instead. That works. More drugs.
Either way, you have a conduit for your World Walker ability.
Oh, could I throw it?
That the God Mike isn't going any further than that.
I'm confused. Thank you.
I mean, yeah.
Because Spock makes you able to electrocute things, kind of like an electric plasmid in Bioshock. Yes.
Yeah. More or less, yeah. And I think that's the way your ability reads too, is it shocks a person so harshly that they drop their connection to the ghost field.
Yeah. Okay.
Drugs. Spark.
Oh,
Measure of
different.
raw
Okay.
electroplasm blended with seawater. The user feels empowered and emits mild electrical energy.
Cool. Why not? I've already done one drugs today.
Okay. So we've got options here. We've got murmur, question mark. We've got spark, and we've got spiritual anchor. Go with what your heart tells you.
I want to let Cole choose because it is Tristero's action.
Tristero would not think about Spark in that moment, but Tristero would think about that spirit anchor as just like a focal point
Okay.
to increase it. And I think what it is, I think it's a Asher, how often does Asher give Helene gifts, or Helene give Asher gifts that could be spiritual in nature?
I mean, gifts, yes. That are spiritual in nature.
Like, I'm thinking like an amulet of some kind for some reason.
Oh, I probably got her like a locket or something like that at some point.
Yeah.
Sure. With like a poker chip that was like one of the first ones that I got from going to that casino.
Yeah. I like that direction more. That sounds nice.
Okay. Then yeah, I will take that in my hand. As I just so in one hand is the locket, and in the other hand is it's just electrical energy, essentially like ghost electricity. And I am going to look directly at the jester and say, what is easy does not mean it is best. And more importantly, you don't get to decide what is easy for everybody else. And I believe, if I'm calculating correctly, that is desperate standard with 2 bonus dice.
That is desperate standard with 2 bonus dice, because you took the devil's bargain, yeah?
I did, yes.
Okay. Yep. It's desperate standard with 2 bonus dice. And remember to be marking this experience in
Resolve.
for your
I'm
desperate.
running out of places to put points in resolve.
Yeah, y'all need to take mastery soon, so that you can
Okay.
have 4 dots in an ability.
Here we go.
All right.
That's a 6.
That is a 6, in fact. So,
Drugs. Drugs are always the answer. Remember this.
It's very Emperor Palpatine with the lightning for a second, but it wouldn't be visible to the naked eye to most people. In fact, no one would really see this, except for people who are very, very closely attuned to the ghost field. You reach out with that bolt of momentary lightning, and it slams into the jester. And the music falters. And in that brief moment, the knife tips from Helene's hand into the desk. There is utter silence for the briefest of seconds, including even the violin music has stopped. And then there is just screaming. Screaming coming from every area of the casino. Helene, not dead. However, having been subjected just right adjacent to the source of this music, is unconscious as she falls flat face first on the desk. The jester, deeply disgruntled for a second as she, you see her, momentarily reaching into the ghost field, but unable to pull that. But you can feel that when I say momentary, I do mean momentary. There is a very, very short window of time here. So, what are you doing?
I have a question about the jester. They use the violin as a conduit. Would they be able to do what they do without music at all?
You have no way of knowing.
Understood. Because I was like, if they just scream, would it do the same thing? I'm not good at fighting. So the jester is a particularly powerful individual. Would they be a small gang?
They are the equivalent, I would say, of a small gang at least.
Okay. I'm going to fuck myself over almost. We're very close to not being able to continue. And I am going to sort of from this same space in that brief moment, my eyes roll back into my head, and from essentially the bodies that are here in the space, I'm going to summon them up through the ghost field to surround the jester, and one of them is going to take the violin away from them, and the rest of them are just going to start attacking them.
Okay. All right. This is the equivalent of a cohort, essentially. This is based on your mastery of them. So I'm going to roll a small fortune roll for this cohort and see how they're doing, because they're not going to overpower her.
Oh, no.
Because they're kind of on equal footing. This is going to be based... I need to look at something. Your faction, We Who Remain, is a tier 1 gang. So it's 1 die for that, and I'm going to give 1 bonus die because of Silas's efficiency and mastery over the unknown, the ghost field, effectively. And we'll see how that looks. That is a 6.
Woo!
They are doing very well right now. You're correct. They are able to take away the violin, but it is still an ongoing fight. The jester does not go down that easily. And by the nature of time...
Can I have the one who took the violin bring it to me?
You may. You may have the one that took the violin bring it to you. I will say, in the moment as the violin is brought to you, you can feel that connection reassert itself. She hasn't reasserted any kind of control over the people. The screaming is ongoing. People are fleeing. People are largely that can flee. Some of them don't have legs anymore.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are fleeing. And by the nature of that, we're going to go back to the other group. So, 2 of you. One of you has turned into a small little shadow. You're floating like a little ghost above their heads. The other of you is crawling like a cat across a wall that is being systematically destroyed. Is going underneath you. So, what are we doing?
So, I am going to do something fun. I'm ghost, so I can float. So I'm gonna float to just over top of the stone serpent person. See if I can't drop on her shoulders and slit her throat.
And
you may certainly try.
Yeah, that's pretty much the plan.
Yep. I am going to help out with that by using another point of foresight and just chucking a grenade behind them near the prisoners, but close enough to them to scare and rattle them and give Spectre that opening.
Okay. So point of foresight, there's a grenade going off. You're trying to drop onto the top of that one and slit their throat. You are, by all accounts, probably going to be successful for that, but I would need a prowl roll. You're going to get a bonus dice from the help with the foresight.
Yep.
I am now out of foresight for those keeping track at home.
Going to have an extra bonus die thanks to After Shadow because I'm doing this against the person that I viewed the aura of.
You are. That is correct.
Cool.
Now,
can I use one of those bonuses to increase desperate? So it becomes desperate. Great. Yes.
You were in risky.
Yes.
So you would be at risky great. Yeah.
Okay, risky great is great. You like that.
You can push it to desperate extreme if you want, but like.
No, I get so that mostly but extreme
what
would
if
be
you
so
did?
good.
What if you did?
Fuck off. Sorry, which one am I rolling? Prowl? Okay.
That's a prowl roll.
Currently have one bonus dice and are at risky great.
Can I go desperate extreme?
Of course you can. I just told you that.
Okay, excellent. We are doing that with my one bonus die. What could possibly go wrong, right, friends? This is.
Well, you still haven't asked me about Devil's Bargain.
Oh yeah, what is my Devil's Bargain? I'm not pushing myself. I don't have that space.
I don't have that kind of flexibility.
Absolutely not.
Your Devil's Bargain is that your Devil's Bargain is you take shrapnel from the grenade.
To be expected. Friendly fire, splash damage.
I'm not going to chance just on. I'm gonna have to resolve something as it stands, I think, and I don't have the ability. Like, it's gonna suck to try to get away from. Anyway, I'm gonna stick with this. I'm rolling 4 dice, and fingers fucking crossed.
Okay, 5.
That's a 5.
It's a 5. So, couple of things. First, the consequence you have to resist is being yanked, pulled, and thrown into the wall with the force of the earth. That will be a prowess resist if you choose to resist it. Otherwise, you're going to be taking a level 3 harm.
Oh no, we're gonna. Oh wait, Can I use my shadow armor, my special armor?
You can reduce it to level 2 harm by doing that.
Can I reduce it to level 1 by using my new ability of Protect, called Mama Bear? I get +1d to the resistance roll. I want to pull out a hunting rifle after throwing that grenade and immediately load it and take a pot shot and try to pull the serpent's eyes back up to the wall.
That would mean you would be taking the resistance roll instead, and you're not currently.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll prowess resist and hope for the best.
Well, because you could have. So here's the thing: you could use your special armor, which is spend your special armor to resist. So it would reduce it from level 3 to level 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you burned your regular armor,
I could just do that, couldn't I?
You would go down to a level 1 harm. And then if you burned all the way up to your heavy armor, you would reduce the harm entirely, and you'd have no armor left, and you would have completely maxed out your load.
No, I'm going to take a chance and go with the roll.
All right. Cool. So you're going to resist the consequences here.
Take +1d for Forged in the Fire.
You do take +1 dice for Forged in the Fire on this. 5. Take 1 stress.
It's fine. I'm doing fine.
Yeah. You are still thrown. You just won't take the harm.
Cool.
As your blade passes across this person's neck and then you are thrown off, you're able to catch yourself, roll, kind of skid across the ground, like on all fours, like back against the wall. It looks very cool. For anyone who didn't know that, just how badly that just hurt your hands. The thing is, at an extreme effect, you have almost severed this person's head off. They are not bleeding.
Fuck.
You see that at its core, you have cut into flesh. It was flesh. You could feel it. You could feel skin. And then under the skin, beneath it, you hit stone? It looks like stone. Stone and lacquer, maybe? Reminiscent of porcelain in a way. Kind of like you make a porcelain doll. But it is stronger, harder than that. And you have cut far enough in that you even managed to damage the stone. Your knife is dull as shit now.
Yep.
But you have more. It's fine. But you have done an extensive damage to this person's throat. And you see them kind of like crack their head and like pull their head forward and look up through the mask. And then turn, like kind of holding their head, turn to the others. And there's nothing is spoken out loud. But you see Ezekiel, the goat, kind of look at this, grunt in anger. Massive wave of force pushes itself out of him, pushing the guards back. And you see him start to pull a very familiar sight out of his side satchel, where he pulls out a set of keys. Back in the casino, control has been regained here, and I need you to make an attune roll to maintain control over your zombies.
Yep.
As you watch as she pushes her hands outward, grabs hold of two of them, and there's just, you feel the ripple through the ghost field as she asserts control over them.
So, just for my reference, without the instrument, it seems that she needs to touch to do this control thing.
You don't know, but it seems that in terms of like a refined focus, she needs at least proximity.
Okay, sounds good. Let me make an attune roll really fast. What? Desperate, but what? Is it desperate or risky right now?
You're still in a risky position. These are your zombies. But you're still also limited because of your injury.
So I will go to desperate standard. I will take that 5th point in resolve and put it somewhere at some point. And do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Yes. The devil's bargain I have for you is that in order to make sure that she doesn't take control of at least some of them, you're gonna have to release control over 4 of them and just let them die.
Okay. How many are there? Just for my
8.
own reference. 8. Okay.
You're losing half of them, basically, in order to try to maintain control over the remaining half.
The 8 of them right now are just barely containing her, right?
Barely, yeah.
I won't do that then because I need as many of them as possible to keep her occupied. Okay.
All right. Make me an attune roll.
Yup. That's a 5.
5. All right. Yeah. You manage to maintain control over them as she starts to assert her will. There's this very dominant kind of, like, there's this, it's this battle of willpowers more than anything. There's no physical fighting happening other than on the zombies right now technically are trying to attack her. The consequence of your actions that you have to choose whether or not to resist is that in the fight to maintain control, you will temporarily lose control of one of them. Not long enough to like totally lose it. You'll gain it back, but long enough that it falters, and she will grab it, throw it, in order to break the window that is behind her.
It will be a resolve resist for this, yes?
It would be a resolve resist, yes.
I will resist that.
All right.
Because I
Go ahead and make me a resolve resist. You get a bonus die because of Forged in the Fire.
It is a 6.
You take no stress, luckily. So she tries to assert, but does not manage. You manage to maintain control over these zombies, and they will continue to attack. I'm going to roll this again to see how we doing. That's the exact same roll I got last time. Are you okay, dice roller? Are you broken?
Hey, roll 20? What the hell? I'm not complaining, but...
Right. I'm I'm not, this doesn't count. I'm going to...
Danny, don't change anything.
So it is different. I'm just making sure that it's different numbers. That doesn't count either. That doesn't count. We're taking the 6 and the 3. It's still a 6 either way. But like, I'm just making sure we're getting different numbers and it's not just 6-3 every time.
This is the crow specific fortune roll. It's just 6 or 3. There's nothing in between.
Yeah. Your zombies are doing very well against her right now. Well enough that you don't have to maintain control for a brief moment. You have opportunity to do something if you want to try. Here's the thing. You can continue to have your zombies fight her. You can continue to fight her yourself. Just know that the longer you spend here fighting her yourself in direct control, more damage is going to happen to the casino.
Yeah. I don't want this person out on the streets. I want this person dead. And also, I am not thinking well right now at all.
Okay.
I would like to, while the zombies have her for a moment, I know I can kill people with the mastery of Ashen Flame that I have done before. Can I kill people in a different way using the ghost field? Oh no.
You could try.
Because what I want to do, actually what I really want to do is I want to sort of see if I can flip her switch backwards.
You want to try to take her mind control powers back on her?
Sort of. I want to, using the violin as like a focus, because it is important to her. I want to play a song back that is the opposite of what she is doing. And so where she is putting out the field of, wouldn't it just be easier if you gave up? Wouldn't it be easier if you simply ended things? I am going to push back with the energy of, it is always better to keep going, and it is always better to try something even if you know it will fail. Because at Crow's core, the reason they hate the Kindled is not only because of Archie, it is also because their horrible elitist way of thinking dismisses the human beauty of every single person in Duskfall. And Crow hates that.
Yep. No, that's fair. I will say, yes, go ahead. Give it a try. You're starting in Desperate with that one.
Oh, yeah.
You're starting in Desperate Limited with that one. Because you're, it would be standard, but you're wounded.
But I'm wounded, yeah. What is, can I use a Devil's Bargain to change that to standard, or no?
You can, instead of a bonus die. You
Yeah.
absolutely can. Your Devil's Bargain, in this case, is that she gets a sense of you, which is to say she, in you doing this, in you trying to do this direct assertion, through the ghost field, she will feel the kindling in your blood. She will know what you have done. She will know who you are, how you did it, and what it was you did.
I will take that.
Okay. All right. So you're at desperate standard. So mark, I don't know, find a dot to put in your attune and like in somewhere there because you can't put it in a tune.
I'm 1 second. I'm gonna put another one. I'm going to put one in command because
Okay.
Crow is trying to stop letting other people decide things anymore.
Great. And then give me an attune roll at desperate standard.
Yep.
No bonus dice.
No, I can't. I will quack out if I do that. And I have plans for quacking out. Nope. It's a 2.
You push that energy outward, and it immediately reverberates back. In fact, it reverberates back so hard that basically what you do is, so there's the failure, there's the consequence of the failure, and then there's the consequence for you to resist. Got it?
Yes.
There's the failure. The consequence of your failure is that you temporarily give your zombies free will, and they kind of go, before like, you'll be able to reassert control over them in a moment, but for a moment they stop doing and start questioning their existence. But the consequence for you to resist here, should you choose to do so, is that, yeah, she's gonna break that window and she's gonna go.
What sort of resist would this be?
That would be kind of a moment of a. Let me look at your sheet. I think it's genuinely. I think at this point you'd have to physically stop her because you don't have your zombies to do it for you. I think it would be a prowess resist.
I cannot do that. Straight up. So I am just going to angrily watch as they break out the back window.
Okay. So you watch as she, not using her own hands, that would be gauche. She takes one of the heads of the zombies and goes against the window. And then as she kind of, basically, she looks at you, does a slight bow. Well, a pleasure. And then kind of just falls backwards out the window. It is at this point that you're able to regain control of your zombies. They are no longer questioning the nature of existing, and what it means to be the living dead, and are back to being mindless. Basically, what you did was effective, but not on her.
Yeah. I'm going to ask 2 of the zombies to carry Helene out. And everyone because everyone is back to their own minds, they're going to evacuate. Yes, I'm not exactly the most useful person to evacuate humans.
They are mostly evacuated already in this confrontation with everything that's happened. Those who haven't evacuated are either dead or unable to physically move due to their injuries. The biggest thing you have to make a decision on in this moment, and we'll come back to you to let you make that decision, is are you going to do anything about the fires?
Okay.
So we will come back to that, and instead we're going to go to our funky, fun little friends who are... What are you doing? Ezekiel Harcross has pulled out ghost keys. You see him getting ready to escape, and with everyone. And in these final moments, you can see that the serpent is rolling backwards, throwing one last attack at the wall, while the rabbit is also throwing bombs, or the equivalent of bombs. You see now that her hands just gesture, and explosions seem to form in the air where she gestures. Throwing all of that at the wall in one last desperate effort to collapse it. You have kind of a choice here. You can try to do something about them escaping, but if you do, that power is going to go through. That wall is going to crumble with Trastero on it.
Yeah.
And the prisoners are going to have an out. Or you can try to do something to prevent that from going through so that the wall does not break.
I'm pulling out the hunting rifle I was carrying on my back. I am going to take aim at the ghost keys that Professor Ezekiel is pulling out. And I'm going to down the last vial of murmur I have on me.
The question mark one?
The question mark one again.
When in doubt, do drugs.
I need that point in hunt. And I will be pushing myself out for a quirk.
Okay. So you're going to quirk out. You're going to push yourself to take the point in hunt, to take a die, because you have 0 die in hunt.
Yep.
You're going to take down that murmur of vial. We're going to do a fortune roll for that.
Yep.
See if you get the bonus die. That's 3 dice. It just has to not be a 3 or lower.
I'm hoping.
The 4.
A 4. Oh, thank God. Fuck me.
The 4. So there's going to be a consequence to this action, but we'll come back to that. So you have a bonus die from Murmur as you are momentarily transported back to the time when Lim taught you how to shoot a gun.
Actually, I was going to go back to a figure we had not seen before.
Tell me more.
We've never heard about Trastero's childhood at all, ever.
Nope.
And we are actually on like a patch of land, and there is a person in a military outfit beside a young Trastero, and they're out hunting in the Deadlands for a while, looking for basically the equivalent of a ghost rabbit. And you just hear this big old gruff voice going, "All right, now, son, what you want to do, take a nice deep breath. You want to put the crosshair down. You want to go where you think they will flinch when you pull the trigger. Because this gun is loud, and you're going to put the fear of demons in them with it." Dad, can we just have like a normal hunting session for once in my life? And
no, never. Not especially on top of this tower. So the question is, then I have to ask Asher, are you helping Trastero with this? Because if you are, nothing's happening with that power. That wall's gonna break.
Okay, well, I can't actually use the help action, because if I do, then I quirk out, and that doesn't go well for anybody involved here.
You have only, one stress
I
left?
have literally 1 stress left. It's fine. Don't talk about it. Fine.
You're all gonna stress out today.
Apparently.
Oh, I am too. Don't worry.
No one will have to take a downtime to clear their stress.
It's not the worst idea, okay? Anyways, so, yeah. Do I go for the keys, or do I go... Cole, I know we talked about me going for those keys, but also, could I just take out Serpent at this point?
worth a shot. Oh, also, I should make a mention that I put an armor-piercing round in this gun, too. So, if I don't hit the keys exactly, I'm hitting the hand.
Yeah, which isn't bad. Which means I'm not going to help him. I am actually going to try to stop at least Serpent from taking out this wall. And I am going to pull out... I have throwing knives. I'm throwing the throwing knives to try to clear the rest of this to decapitate him.
Okay, so you're aiming
Can't aim if you don't have a head.
You're aiming for the head that has been proven to have solid stone inside with a...
Oh, wait, yeah. When I did my aura read, did I see any particular like spots within the Kintsugi, like the where he's been broken apart already?
No. And she.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. So there was nothing that looks like it could be a part where I could take it back again.
Not that you saw.
No. Then slight, because there's 2 attacks. Do I think, is the wall going to break if both, the wall is breaking, period, if it both go through? Is the wall breaking if only one goes through?
If only one goes through, the entire wall will not break. No. Some of the prisoners might get out, but
that's better
not
than
all of them.
Okay. I would really like to rip off the rest of that head, but no, there's a good point where it is stone and we only did so much when we had everything working in our power. Which does mean that Okay, still pulling out the throwing knives, because that's we've learned over the last session that guns are not my forte.
You don't have anything in hunt, do you?
I have one thing in hunt. After last session, I put 1 dot in there.
Yep. Okay.
Because let's face it, we're not good at this. Throwing
I was
knives.
gonna say you could try skirmish instead, but you have nothing there.
No, I got nothing there. Bold assumption. I'm gonna go after the rabbit.
Okay.
And see if I can't stop her from dropping bombs.
Okay. Give me a...
Or actually making it explode. If I can aim like for her hand so that way it almost like explodes in front of her instead, that'd be even better. But that's a trick shot.
Sure, that's a trick shot. I'm gonna... Oh, boy. You're gonna have to tell me how you're doing that with finesse instead of hunt. Because
that's
hunt
fine.
is aimed shots.
No, that... Oh, how I'm doing with finesse instead of... Oh, okay.
If you want to try with... Since you have better in finesse. But if you want to try for hunt, hunt makes sense. You just have to explain to me how finesse would make sense here. Because finesse is more like acrobatic feats and dodging things and fiddly little bits.
Well, I'd argue that I am very much still trying to dodge things as everything is collapsing around. I went to the ground, repositioned myself. And so I'm needing to like basically completely shift trajectory to move toward, to like actually be able to hit. So it's not necessarily aim involved. It is pretty much operating on my instincts, realistically.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit more instinctual, which means that it might not have the same effect as like an aimed dagger throw.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you can definitely do finesse. So let's start with Tristero. Tristero, you're making a hunt roll. You are working out here. So go ahead and aim with the 2 hunt dice, both of which are bonus dice for you. You're aiming for the hand, the keys, right?
Yeah.
All right. You are not a hunter. Like you're very bad at it.
That's specifically signal, actually. Yes.
Yeah, you're real bad at shooting things. Actually, we've proven that actually in your confrontation with Goldie so long ago. Yeah, like just shooting in general. I am gonna go that given the situation you're in, you are in a desperate standard currently. This is a desperate move, and you're in standard effect. Is Cole frozen? No, kind of.
He almost seems
I think Cole might be frozen.
He might actually be frozen.
This was a long time to hold the thinking pose.
Yes.
It's a very long time for him
There
to be
we go.
having.
I also heard Cole.
I heard him.
We just got a picture of Cole doing this.
Yeah, they're just like...
Which is like great in a lot of ways, I'm not gonna lie.
they gone again? We love Zoom.
Oh, that's not the person I wanted to message.
That's me. Hi.
All right. So
Can y'all hear me now?
I
Yes.
can hear you. You're still physically frozen. No, wait.
Oh,
you moved a little bit.
Okay, am I back?
Hey!
There we go. Shout out to AT&T. I blame them for this.
All right.
Yeah, I'm in a shit area. Let's
All
see.
right. So yeah, hunt, 2 dice. You're at desperate standard.
Okay. What else can I add to this? How else can I fix this up? Is an armor piercing bullet, does that give me additional effect?
Didn't you already shoot that?
I had 2.
Good too. All right. So this is the last one.
Yep, and I am erasing it from my sheet now.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. You have no more armor piercing bullets.
Yeah.
Those are all gone.
those
That
are-
will increase your effect from standard to great. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You have great effect. So you're in desperate great currently.
Okay. Desperate. Great.
Uh,
Is there another way I can get dice? What's a devil's bargain look like?
Let me think. You downed the murmur. How did you get the second die again? You pushed yourself, didn't you?
Push myself, yeah.
But no.
So I don't think I can take a devil's bargain then.
Nope. Nope. You are 2 dice. Desperate great.
Okay.
That's all you got. That's all she wrote.
Okay. All right. That's a 4.
That is a 4. So, you do manage to shoot him in the hand. It hurts. He got shot in the hand. He does drop the keys. The consequence of this action, which you cannot resist, is you don't have the stress you have worked out with this, unfortunately, is between the unstable nature of this now wall and the force of the gun, you push yourself backwards off the wall. So now we're gonna go back to Asher real quick and decide if Asher wants to change what they're doing. Because if no, you're going to take some heavy damage. If yes, Asher might be able to catch you.
Shit.
What I should tell you is that you're looking at least level 2 harm.
It's going to be on Asher. Asher, it's on you to decide in the end. I'm going to say, Cole, speaking as Tristero, am okay with taking this falling damage. I am okay taking level 2 harm because if everything works out, it's worth it.
Yeah, and I think Asher's still obsessed to the point of not actually, like, it's kind of like how we left Crow on the table. And now we're leaving Tristero to fall. This is unfortunately where Asher's at. We're continuing with the idea of throwing at the rabbit.
Now, okay. I'm going to pause before you make that choice because Asher is obsessed, yes, but still a logical person, correct? With Tristero falling,
yeah,
Warcross has dropped the keys. He or someone can pick them back up, and with Tristero falling, you are now in a 3-on-1 until they pick those keys back up. How do you feel about those odds as Asher?
But even if I go to get, I mean, not great odds, they're terrible. But if that wall still collapses, even if I get over to catch Cole, to catch Tristero, that debris is still coming on hitting us. There is more coming if those hits against the wall don't stop.
So valid, so true, bestie. All right. So
That's
in order
the problem.
to stop the wall from collapsing, you are attacking
The rabbit.
the rabbit. So go ahead, give me that finesse roll. You are also at a desperate standard position for that.
Okay.
You can't push yourself.
Nope. What's my devil's bargain?
Your devil's bargain is that in focusing on the rabbit, you give the serpent enough time to retaliate against you.
Oh, fuck no. I don't want to deal with that shit. Never mind. I'm going to stick with this. We're going to stick with 3 dice and just see how this goes.
Okay.
It's about time I got a crit!
So with a finesse, it's not a hunt roll. So, and the point of this was not to kill the rabbit, it was to stop the wall from collapsing. So
That's fine. Fine.
your dagger goes through the hand, like
Good.
into the hand physically, where it is stuck
Good.
in there, half and half. Their hand goes back, the explosion goes off, and it like throws the mask off of their face for a moment. And you see them like turn back, and there is a very fierce-eyed woman she's very Skovelander. She's got kind of strawberry blonde hair that has been shaved almost completely down. She's got the very, very bright, almost ice blue Skovelander eyes and the palish skin. Her face is modeled in a way as though it's pockmarked, as though the like explosions have gone off near her face, or she got like chemical burns to make that kind of like almost like crater-like area that then webs out a little bit from the healing scars. She's got a couple of those on her face and one kind of up near the top of her head. Like I said, strawberry blonde hair, but it's been shaved almost completely down. So it looks darker a little bit than it is. And the explosion blows the mask off her face. She, in desperation, like grabs that mask as her hand is bleeding out in front of her. Tristero, you fall. You take level 2 harm. Level 2 harm. Fractured hips.
Sorry, buddy.
Perfectly fine with it.
And you quirk out.
Yep, and I will figure out what that quirk is later.
Yeah. Asher, you managed to stop about half the damage that was coming to this wall.
Yeah.
Solid parts of it do collapse. And in that moment, the serpent, who is the only one who hasn't had something happen to their hand, grabs the set of keys and turns in the ground. You have one shot, Asher. You have one shot, because that is what Tristero got for you in delaying with the keys. You have one shot here. Where are you taking it?
Oh no. Sorry, my brain came up with a stupid idea. And
I need to know. What's the stupid idea? Because it sounds great.
the stupid idea is jump in through the fucking door with
ghost
them.
That is a terrible idea, and you will not be playing Asher anymore.
I figured that would be the case.
But how fucking cool would it be to see what's on the other side of that door?
Death.
I know.
Absolutely nothing. Okay, sorry, one quick question, because I am fine with letting 2 out of the 3 go, but I'm still hopeful I can get at least one of them taken down today. The serpent girl, the stone serpent, you said most of it was off, but it was like stone that was still there, right?
Yeah, there's stone underneath her skin. You can see you did a chip into that stone. So like you've cut I'm going to use my own neck side profile as a reference here.
Yeah.
You've cut into about here.
Okay. The grenade that Trastero used, is that the one from the bomb coffee?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, okay. I was going to say otherwise Asher has them yeets it at the fucking... I think we're saying fuck it, pulling out a gun and taking a shot at that stone piece in hopes that I can get it, like, cleared off.
So you want to aim for the serpent.
Yes.
With the stone. You don't want to aim for Harcross, who already fucked you over once.
I could aim for Harcross. Sure. I know. That's the problem, is I could, but I have an extra die against the serpent right now.
You do. You have an extra die against serpent, which makes sense why you would take advantage of your aura read. Absolutely. Yes. I'm just wondering to what level Asher's obsession would redirect, especially after Harcross got away last time. So I'm gonna...
actually, it's still not a bad idea. That's still not a bad idea, going after Harcross instead. Because the serpent's really damaged. The rabbit now has a hurt hand. Yeah, you know what? I'm swayed, apparently, in this situation. I'm taking a shot against Harcross. Fuck it.
Okay.
Just pistol out, just trying to take a shot at his head, and we're gonna go for it.
Roll me a hunt.
What is my devil's bargain?
Your devil's bargain. So you're at, in this position, you are, because Trastero kind of set you up here, you're in a risky standard, basically. Okay. Otherwise, you would have been desperate. So you're in risky standard. So if you want to go to desperate, great, you can. And then your devil's bargain here. Your devil's bargain is that someone gets a parting shot on you. You don't get to know which one it is. Someone gets a parting shot.
Sure, I'll take it.
Cool. All right.
Also, I'm going desperate grade.
You are going desperate grade. You have an extra die from your aura read ability. You have 1 die in hunt.
No, I don't get it from the aura read because the aura read is only on the serpent, and I'm going after.
Oh, yeah, never mind. You have the extra die from your devil's bargain here.
Yeah.
Your devil's bargain. You said, like I said, you're gonna take. So you took the devil's bargain, so you're gonna take a level of harm. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, parting shot. Okay. Yeah.
As long as it comes into effect after I've taken this shot.
It comes into effect after you've taken the shot, as an explosion goes off in front of your kneecap.
Okay.
And you take 3rd-degree burns. Level 1 harm on your knee.
Okay, cool. I'll write that down in a second. But okay, we're gonna see if this shot does anything. Come on, gun.
6. It is a 6, so there's no consequences of your actions. You take a shot. You take that shot so well as an explosion goes off on your leg and you start to give down. The explosion goes off. And the explosion in your hand from the gun goes off. You'd think it would throw your aim, but the timing is just that the shot goes and the explosion hits your leg. The bullet travels forward towards Harcross's head. At great effect, you pierce through the mask, and you can see it embed itself at the front of his skull as he desperately resists it with a last-minute burst of gravity as he takes serious head wound, but he is not killed.
Jerk. Am I able to get off another shot?
There are theoretically more than one shot in a pistol. So
yes.
I would say you could try to get a second shot off. You would be at desperate limited.
Yeah. I think she would try anyways.
Okay.
Oh,
all right. Desperate. Limited. And I mean, the devil's bargain here is if you want the extra die, or to try to push the effect to make sure you kill him, is that the gun's going to blow up in your hand. Because you have...
Yeah.
The gun technology is not great here. It's
Nope.
very flintlock.
Yeah, I will take that to at least push it to standard.
Okay,
Or whatever it is.
Before you take that, that's a broken gun and another level of harm. Because that's your hand hurt.
Yep.
So, first level harm, hand wound.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me the roll.
And sorry, so it becomes standard for effect if I'm using it for...
If you use it for effect, it becomes standard, yeah.
Perfect, okay. Big money, no whammies? Nope. Much whammy.
Right.
It's fine.
The bullet goes off and it misfires in the chamber. The gun breaks in your hand, and in that moment, the key is turned, and these three individuals sink through the ground as you see Harcross, incredibly dazed, his now fractured mask off in his hands, the bullet embedded in his skull as he's kind of falling forward through it. The stone serpent, really the only person who still has their mask on, watching you, Asher, head tilted as they sink into the ground.
Just flip them off as they go.
Yeah.
Tell them we give Archie our regards.
Send Archibald our best, you fuckers!
Unfortunately, with a 1, there is still a consequence that you can choose to resist. And the consequence is some of that rubble's gonna fall on you.
I would like to resist.
That is a prowess resist.
Cool. Let's see how this goes.
6! You don't quirk out!
The only one!
That was a... Yep.
You say that because we're gonna go back to Silas. Or Silas still has 2 empty boxes. Silas, the fire is raging around you. Or starting to really rage around you. What would you like to do?
I don't care about the building at all. I'm going to let this place burn to the ground. I do not care.
Are you sure? Because one of the impetus of coming here was that it was a safe ground.
They can rebuild the building. You cannot save lives.
Fair enough. All right, the building is burning. What are you doing?
I want to absolutely fuck myself over. Because I know the clock tower very well. I know the roost very well in terms of both physical and metaphysical. So I know what the spectral roost is like. I would like to attempt to overlay the doors in the frozen roost with the spectral doors. And that way, if anyone is inside, it will give them a very brief moment to get out while I'm doing that.
At this distance.
I would like to try. I didn't say I'm going to succeed. This is just the only... Because I don't know that I can get to the...
Oh,
I don't know
no,
that I can
certainly
get
not.
there. Yeah, so... Essentially,
Okay.
I'm just going to, like, run out of the building.
Yeah.
And do this.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attune roll, I would say.
Yep.
You're going to quirk out with this.
I am. Yes. This is desperate. What?
This is a desperate limited, unfortunately. You're going across a vast distance. That's the other side of the city.
Yeah.
You're trying to influence the inherent spectral infrastructure of the city. Yeah, desperate, limited. You can take a devil's bargain. You can't push yourself.
What does my devil's bargain look like to try and make this standard?
Your devil's bargain. Your devil's bargain is that you're doing something incredibly manipulative in the ghost field across a vastly quantifiable distance, with great repercussions potentially on infrastructure and things at this distance. But the key thing is that you're essentially doing the equivalent of, imagine that the ghost field is like a dome. You're taking the equivalent of a mallet and going boom against it. Anyone who is reasonably well attuned to the ghost field, basically anyone with a whisper's knowledge and up, is going to know what you can do.
That's fine. I will take that risk. Okay.
So standard effect.
Yep. Desperate standard. Let's put another fucking point in desperate for resolve. I'm running out of space to put resolve dots, y'all. I'm really good at talking to people now.
Go ahead. Give me the roll.
It's a 5.
5. All right. The consequence of this action is, if you can't resist it, you don't have the stress to resist it. Unfortunately, the consequence of this action is level 1 harm nosebleed. Like ruptured.
Really bad, yeah.
Basically, instead of nosebleed, it would be more accurate to say ruptured cranial capillaries.
Cool. Yep.
But it is successful. So I'm going to give you a choice, Crow.
Okay.
You can save one person. It can't be Skurlock.
That's fine.
Who?
Are all of them in the tower?
All of them are currently in the tower.
I'm saving Shrike.
Okay. You don't know that technically.
No.
That is what happens. As you manage to make it out, and unfortunately, the silver stag burns to the ground. But you are able to get Helene out. And you are able to get her back to the hideout, your hideout. At the same time that you see Tristero and Asher basically carrying Tristero, like arms fully around Asher's shoulders, piggyback carrying Tristero, because you can't fireman carry someone with broken hips.
Are my zombies carrying me? Because I also quacked out.
Unfortunately, your zombies are kind of done a little bit because you've lost control and quirked out. It's not that you're unconscious or anything. Okay. You just can't do anything. Yeah. It's you alone now carrying Helene.
Carrying Helene, yeah, okay.
Yeah, kind of across the city, which is a very strange sight for the people who see you as you pass through. The lot of you are able to make it to the front door of your abode. And at the front door of your abode, you find, propped against the door, somewhere between conscious and unconscious, with the first stages of frostbite on her fingers, Shrike.
In the most ceremonious way possible, I'm going to put Helene on the ground and immediately run over to Shrike and wrap her in my cloak.
I'm sure something very similar happens with Asher and Tristero.
Yeah. Tristero wake up from consciousness, see Helene, and be like, "It's fine, he dropped me." And
you say that as you're in the process of going towards the ground already.
I like that. Crow was probably at least decent, was gentle. I think Asher's just like, and there you go, buddy.
Hey, our friend. It goes running. Helene is unconscious. Asher is in this moment. You can see that other than the absence of her jewels and the 7 out of 10 fingernails missing, she is largely unharmed and unconscious. But as all of these people are brought inside your base...
Scarlet, we need help!
And she's like, you see Scarlet like takes Tristero by the arms and is like dragging him into the house.
Ow, ow, ow.
Scarlet.
This is worse. Just get me a chair. Just get me a chair.
Would you mind prepping one of the guest rooms? I think at least a couple of our guests will be staying longer time.
Ah!
Thank you.
And that is where we will be ending today. So, let's go to downtime activities, because that's technically the end of the job. You made it. You got out. 2 of you quirked the fuck out. You did it.
I've chosen Haunted, by the way, for everyone's knowledge.
Solid choice.
I've chosen Obsessed.
Hey, welcome to the Obsessed crew.
Let's talk first about everyone's favorite bit, payoff.
Okay, yes.
No
You're
one.
gonna do the complications, the entanglements.
No, we're not there yet. We have to get to heat first. But payoff. So you got the 3 coin earlier for it being gone. I don't know how you choose to divide that.
I think we each put one into our own pockets, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking we should do.
Okay. Beyond that and payoff, there is a moderate amount of coin that was able to be recovered with Helene. So you have an additional 2 coin to do with as you wish from there.
I'm not going to lie, a majority of my coin is going to go to me healing.
Same.
Yeah, the 2 of you can take those so that you can keep healing. I have 4 already coins, so please
There
take
is
them so
also
that you can heal.
3 coin currently in your vault, just so you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be spending a bit of this to get us all in a decent place again.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Let's talk heat. So, was this smooth and quiet with no to low exposure?
No.
So overall, no, because we didn't cause all the problems.
It's true. We didn't cause the trouble. We didn't start the fire. Well, Rue did, but no, it's
Yeah,
fine.
Crow straight up
Crow.
did start the fire.
Crow
Yeah.
did straight up burn the silver stag to the ground.
Burn down my place where I go to release my stress.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's fine.
So, I'm gonna go that this was loud and chaotic high exposure.
Yeah.
So that is a brand new wanted level.
Woohoo!
You're now level 2 wanted. Which means
It's nice to be wanted.
not by
Is
the
it-
cops.
Is it nice to be wanted?
Always. However, that does bring your heat back down to 0, which means
Woo!
that we're rolling on a very low kind of heat entanglement table as we get to our entanglements. It just means we're rolling with 2 dice instead of 1 or 2 in taking the lowest. Let's roll that wanted level. That is a 4. Oh boy, that is way too perfect. Rue, aka Crow. A rogue spirit is drawn to you. The spirit of one of those people who was lit on fire as you were making your way through the Silver Stag. You have to either hire someone to get rid of it or spend a downtime action as you are yourself a whisper to get rid of it.
Okay.
If you
Oh.
need more downtime, let me know. I have 1 free one that I can give out or take for myself.
We will just be spending a lot of things and taking all of the free time activities, I think.
Speaking of downtime activities, let's get into them. Let's start with the man with the broken hips.
Yeah.
All right. Scarlet, I need you to do me a favor.
Yeah.
Either go get a wheelbarrow and take me to Dr. Avermice, or see if he's willing to come here.
I'll just get my concentration.
He's very fast.
Okay, well, hopefully that'll work out.
It does. It's very painful with the bumping.
Yeah, just ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, but you are taken to a Dr. Avermice. This very handsome Vinny takes you inside to the doctor's office. As Dr. Avermice looks up, oh, what the fuck?
So I took a tumble off a Great Wall, and all the King's men and all the King's horses couldn't put me back together.
Well, I'm neither of those. Put him on the bed. He kind of like looks at you and he's like, your hips are fucked.
Oh, trust me, I'm not going to be the only one who's fucked up. You might see a couple others coming in a moment.
Great.
We've had a rough time.
Group trip to
Sounds
the
like a
infirmary.
Yeah, it sounds like a bad day.
The crew
Really,
that
it's
goes
just
to
been
the
a bad
hospital.
month.
The crew that goes to the hospital together stays together. Maybe.
Kind of. One of my groups in a D&D game I ran, like the group bonding activity that they all collectively had together that like bonded them and meshed them at the beginning of the game that turned them into like, that was the bonding activity, was they all got STI tested together. So,
Nice. It's important.
anyway,
Safety first.
So
It is
it's very important.
so Tristero, we're gonna roll on this healing clock, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna start by trying to take that level 2 harm down to level 1 from fractured hips to bruised bones.
Ooh.
I covered the number. That is a 6. I don't remember how much that. 3 segments. You have 3 segments.
I give
Would
him
you
a coin.
spend another one?
Yeah, here's a coin, please.
But you have another downtime activity without a coin.
I know I'm going to use it for something else.
Okay. We're gonna spend a coin and we're gonna do it again. 5. That's 2 segments. So you're at level 1 harm, bone bruise, and
Alright.
and you as you see him, like he's like, oh, you want the good stuff? All right. He pulls out a syringe with like ambient white fluid that he like clicks and then stabs into your bone. That is going to hurt a lot. But as he does, you can feel the bone fuse.
Okay. Good.
It still hurts. And he's like, you're gonna need like 3 weeks of physical therapy to get full mobility back, but
cannot guarantee I will be there for physical therapy. I'm going to grab the others.
okay. So you're not gonna spend another coin to try
Actually-
to get rid of the bone bruise?
Yeah, let me just try it one more time.
All right.
Just fuck me up, Doc.
Oh, you want the good shit. All right. He pulls out an ointment. And then he starts rubbing it on your lower back. 6, you're fully healed. He basically he injected you with bone juice and then rubbed you down with tiger balm.
Bone healing juice. Love it.
And he slaps you on the back. Again, you're still gonna need like 3 weeks of physical therapy for like full mobility. Just do this list of exercises every day. He hands you like a list of like 6 exercises.
All right.
Okay. Now go get the next one, I guess.
Yeah. I'll be right on that. And now I have like 4 possible projects, including the 2 I have currently going on right now that I need to figure out.
Wait, what's the 4th? You have control the noise, orphanage origin.
I'm talking about 2 I have yet to start.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, Parker and I have been like DMing each other back and forth of different ideas and like looking over and over at the map once more.
I've heard.
Uh,
I don't know what they're about, but I've heard.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to continue the clock on where Archie has actually. There's an investigation Marasi did back in the university. I'm going to go see if I can dig up her papers, find out who she talked to. That's going to be my new project.
Okay. So your new
Or
project.
if it's even better, if it can be an acquired asset role. I don't know what kind of asset that would be, but
If you're just trying to like, unless you're trying to like do a full scope investigation into Marasi,
yeah, I'm trying to find out what her connection is to Archie and by tangent Anya.
yeah, because acquire asset would be acquire Marasi's research that she did into that, which could go towards the orphanage role, since you know that Marasi looked into things around that.
Oh, that's a
looking
good direction.
into Marasi's whole how she went down this path thing is a whole nother clock.
Both those options sound really, really nice. I think I want to. Yeah, I guess because if I grab the paperwork for that, it can also help out Asher in the long run. So
Okay.
I'll roll to acquire an asset instead.
Okay. Acquiring an asset. Sure. Result. So how are you acquiring this asset?
I imagine the general she worked for, the Dustfall Times, I think is what it was, or I might be misremembering that. But I imagine they have like an archive of all the research written for every article.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
How are
I
you
ima-
getting it?
Yeah. It's either, I think it's just like talking to the right person and being like, hey, I used to be Marasi and I wanted to find some of these old paperwork from her. I'm trying to consort my way through it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like a consort role. So go ahead, give me a consort.
Go. Bop, bop, bop. That's a 6.
That is a 6, in fact. Yeah, you're definitely able to acquire that asset, which determines the tier. So it is tier +1, using the cruise tier as the base. So it is tier 2. So you're able to acquire Marasi's research. And reading over that, I'm going to go ahead with a 6. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and put it, since it wasn't strictly towards that, you don't get a full 3 ticks, but I'm going to put some info in Archie's Orphanage of Origin. You see that she was doing basically like she was doing a, what's it called in a newspaper where you do a focus article on a person?
Introspective,
Something like
biopic.
that. Biopic. That's the one. She's basically doing a biopic on Archie, and things like that. And you see that she did like a massive overlay of the various things and his accomplishments. And indeed, tracing back to, you now have a name for an orphanage. I know that the full extent of this book was in order to find out other people he might have gone to that orphanage with. So that's why I'm kind of not filling the clock in, because you're still working on that.
Yeah.
But you do have a name for an orphanage. And it is the Charter Hall Home for Abandoned Youth.
Okay. Yeah, I think ties into that. I want to figure out how he got that Dalmore name as well.
AKA Tai.
Che.
Yeah, Charter Hall Home for Abandoned Youth.
Cool.
But yeah, and you do also have those documents to reference in the future as an asset that are tier 2. They're a tier 2 asset for research going forward.
Cool.
So That is all of your downtime actions, except you have a bonus one that I think you're holding on to until, if necessary, to hand out.
Yeah. Can I just spend one more coin to do one more downtime action just to progress the control the noise clock? I'm just basically brute forcing it with a tune.
Okay, yeah, roll me a tune. You brute force that shit.
6.
6 is another 3 slots forward. You're getting the hang of it. It takes some work, but you know, it's kind of like when you're doing your physical therapy exercises. You try to force a change in the music, like by focusing on certain things. And for a brief moment, you're able to get yourself some jazzercise. By focusing in on select music that's coming across the city. Doesn't last for super long, but you manage to do it. So you've got some jazzercise tunes going on as you try to do your physical therapy. Okay. Cool. So you still have your extra to pass out as necessary. Let's go to the one person who didn't work out. Asher.
Didn't do drugs and didn't quirk out.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
But did lose their place of vice.
Oh, you're that bad. I'm gonna fucking figure that one out in a second here.
Yeah. You have lost your vice and purveyor, unfortunately. By story, not by any bad rolls, just by story.
Yep.
So you need to find a new one. And pretty quickly if you want to get rid of some of that.
Oh, I know. First off, we're gonna go see a doctor.
Halls.
There are, yeah. They're not great,
Right.
but not good.
So you want to go see a doctor first?
Yeah, we're gonna go to deal with at least some of this.
All right. So you go to see Dr. Avermice. He looks at you and he's like, one of you's broken, you're burned. Lots of burns, hand burns, leg burns.
Yeah. Spend time.
I didn't know better. I'd think you were in that fire that went on at the Silver Stag.
Wait, there was a fire at the Nope, I was not in that fire.
Yeah, burned to the ground. Anyway.
Shit.
So, let's get started.
Yeah.
And he's gonna do his best to start treating your burns with burn cream. Right, that's a 3, unfortunately. That is 1 tick.
Yeah. Use second downtime. Huh?
Or second.
I'll use the second downtime activity to do that again. More. Give me more. Hit me.
Hit me. Hit me. All right, that's a 5, which is 2 more ticks.
Spend a coin.
Do it again.
At least one of these taken care of. Because I have 2 first level injuries.
There's a 6. All right, which puts you at. We're gonna get rid of your 3rd-degree burn, but you still have a hand injury, and you have 2 ticks in the healing towards that.
That's fine.
Like, if you spend 1 more coin, you can probably get rid of it.
No, we'll deal with that. Asher can deal with that for a little bit. Okay. We're gonna figure out how to deal with our vice.
Yeah, so there are other gambling halls in the in Dostal if you wanted to go. It's just that the Silver Stag was the most well known.
Yeah.
There are other plays if the itch to gamble, to risk, still pervades our lovely
I was
Asher.
going to say, arguably, would I not be able to relieve stress by going and just tending to Helene, even if she is still unconscious?
You know, for the sake of us not working out on stream right now, like what your other, yes, right now, we're going to go with a obligation vice temporarily, and the obligation is Helene. So go ahead and roll me that beautiful bean footage.
Hey!
6. It's a clear 6 stress. Which will put you at 3?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. You do need to burn a coin because that was your 3rd downtime action.
Yeah. And then, sorry, how is Helene doing? How is she? How is my girl?
She's, she's only unconscious for the first day. She does wake up. In that time, her hands have been bandaged and treated for the injuries. She is a little out of it. Not in the, like, she's not present, but in the, like, she has found out that the silver stag has burned to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Put my entire life into that casino.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I expected something like this to happen when I declared my rounds neutral. Someone would not take to that kindly. There are funds that have been stashed away for a rainy day. Rebuilding can happen. And it will take a long time. The Silver Stag can be rebuilt. No, the only thing I'm truly sad at the loss of is the unfortunate deaths of many of my clientele. My favorite record. Seems a paltry thing to think about, but it was my father's records.
I'm sorry. What can I do to help?
She kind of pats your hand. Actually, sure, like her eyes harden for a second. Wait a minute. Didn't I give one of your numbers the original plans for the Silver Stag?
Yes?
I could use those, actually.
I can make sure you have them.
They're hardly any use to you now.
Yeah. I'll make sure you get them.
And then beyond that, take care of yourself, Asher. You look like hell.
Well, thank you, darling.
Not physically. Obviously, you injured your hand, though. Not as bad as mine currently, but it doesn't look great. But you are to the point of breaking almost, it seems.
I'm fine. I'm keeping it together. Somebody has to. Everybody else seems to be. Everybody else is falling apart, so.
Keeping it together is hardly flourishing, darling. And keeping it together just means that you're always at the edge of fracturing and falling apart.
Yes,
Don't-
well.
Don't let your obsession become you.
One day this will all end. The kindled will be gone. They will be dead. And at that point I can rest. In the meantime, everybody else is falling apart already. At least somebody needs to keep it together. We're not doing well. No. But we'll see it through. I promise.
The same. All right.
You rest, okay? And she just kind of like kisses the bandages on her hands.
Oh, darling, my lips are much better than these. Trust me. Like,
I thought it was something about kissing an injury makes it better, something along those lines. Speedy recovery. No, is that not how that works?
sentiment is nice, darling, but like these are kind of like the bandages. That's probably kissing them's probably not good for you. Come here. And that is, unless you want to spend another coin.
Yep, I'm going to. I have 2 other things I want to do. One of which
Okay.
I may or may not have come in with a lot that needed to happen. We're gonna do the easy thing, and then we'll see if the other thing needs. I do want to do a little bit of research to further that project.
Okay. Give yourself, whatever you're doing this, you're going to give yourself a bonus die for that lovely asset that Tristero has acquired for you.
Perfect.
Cristero walks in. Asher, sorry. I keep flipping the names. Asher,
Yeah.
here's some paperwork for my ex.
Glad they're coming in handy. Kind of goes through it. And I'm going to start digging into, obviously, because this is, my whole project is figuring out what happened to Archie 5 years ago. That was when you went on the 1-year sabbatical. The other person that went on that sabbatical is Anya. So utilizing Marassi's notes, I am taking the angle of how does Anya fit into this? Why did she also go on leave? And what history can I uncover on her?
Sure. Go ahead and roll. How are you looking into this? You're digging through notes, you're digging through papers. Sounds like a study.
Yeah, it's study.
So give yourself a bonus die for the lovely little pieces of paper that you've been given.
Perfect.
Is it 2? We give yourself 1 little dot.
1 little one. Okay.
How far away is that progress clock from being done?
I have 4 more spaces.
Okay, never mind.
So a crit would fill it.
Yeah.
A 6 would take it to 1 more slot needs to be filled. The papers are helpful, but it's a lot to sort through, so you don't get any immediate new information.
That's cool.
Unless you are taking more time to do that. You said you had one more thing you
I
wanted to
had
do?
one other thing that I wanted to do. We'll see if I can even do it or if it costs me. I don't know.
We're emptying the coffers.
Asher would like to try, knowing now that there is another vial of kindled in the house, wants to steal it.
All right. So, Crow, question.
Sorry, Crow.
How extensive is your security system in your lab? You just said it's in a safe?
Yeah, it lives in this safe in the lab. Security system to get into the lab, very little. Security system to get into my supplies, very high.
Yeah, so it's in the safe. So the safe is probably a higher tier than a lock on the door. So now getting in there when Crow's not in there isn't honestly that hard, especially now that Shrike's here. Crow probably is going to be moderately distracted.
Yeah.
That is, it's a prowl roll.
Yep.
Obviously. But yeah. Oh boy.
Can I offer a devil's bargain here? I catch you in the act.
If you want the bonus die, sure. The long and short of it is this is basically an action. So we're gonna call this like a risky standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the devil's bargain is that Tristero catches you, and
I don't really know if that's more of a devil's bargain though, because I'm not much of a threat, really.
The consequence of the action, if it rolls under, will be Crow catching you.
Fair. I'd rather Tristero know, so I actually will take that.
Oh, I'm excited to do this scene.
This is. Anyway, I swear this is the last thing I'm doing. There's a 5.
5.
There's a 5.
All right. So the consequence of your action, should you choose to resist it, is Crow also finding you.
Oh, I would like to resist that one.
All right. Well, that's gonna be a prowess resist because
That's
this is your sneakiness.
Fine. What could possibly go wrong? There's
All
a
right,
6
no
in there. I'm
stress.
fine.
You did no stress. All right. However, you are in the process. You have, yeah. I'm sorry, Crow. Your safe has been opened, and that last little bit of the vial of kindling has been taken out by Asher. However, Asher,
Mhm.
you left the door open.
Whoops.
Asher, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you in Crow's safe?
I just kind of like show it to them.
Okay, so we're stealing from each other now. So I get blown off a fucking wall. Crow goes out of their way to save Helene, and this is how you repay them. Helene could have been dead if Crow didn't take that kindled, and so you're going to be taking it as well?
I didn't say I was taking it. I just don't know whose hands these should actually be in right now.
Out of all three of us, Crow has shown the most trust in us and has been shown worthy of being able to protect that. Why are you taking it when we know this is a safe space, when we know Crow is able to protect us?
Do we know it's safe?
A lot safer than you running off with it right now.
Listen. I was not enough to save Helene. Maybe the next time I will be. And I'm just gonna walk out the door.
I'm going to try and stop you, and if you I'm going to try and stop you and just like grab at like get in the way and just say, Crow's gonna realize what you've done. And this entire crew, everything we worked for will fall apart. We already have 2 people injured, and we're just trying to protect what we can. Don't lose everything in a mad grab of fear and panic. Don't do what I did.
I'm not you. It's not going to turn out the same. It just kind of keeps walking.
So wait, answer this question. Sarah, you were trying to block the door though, right?
Yeah, block the. I was basically like standing in the way of the door, just
Oh,
to kind
we're
of.
trying to sneak past then. We're just trying to move past you at some point. Unless you refuse to move me, in which case.
At this point, you're going to have to basically physically push past him. Sneaking past him, he's
Yeah,
in
it's
the
not going to really, yeah. What would you have me do then, Tristero?
Put it back. Let's talk to Crow. See what they want to do with the last vial of kindling. This should be a team decision.
What team? We're disjointed as all hell. There is no team, Tristero. We are just a bunch of...
Then why are you still here? If you did not believe in the efforts we're putting forward, if you did not believe that we are actually trying to make a fucking difference...
I know I'm trying.
Yeah, we all are. We need to come together. At least sit down and talk to Crow. Let's figure this out together. And at the end, if we decide not to do anything with the vial, you can take it. I'll even say, fine, let's give it to Asher. At least sit down and have a conversation. Don't go behind each other's backs and start stealing from each other. Because once we start doing that, then we're going to...
They went behind our backs about having this already.
Yes,
they didn't tell us about this.
Yes, you know how terrifying that is?
Absolutely.
Because you know how terrified you've been around the... like, even when Archie's name comes up, your hands immediately ball into a fist. And I'm afraid you're going to start throwing a knife at someone.
Can you blame me?
No, I can't. But can you at least get the perspective of what Crow might have been going through? That was someone they trusted, that they believed in, and all of it.
And yet they took the drug that is actually destroying the city.
Because what other options do they have? If they didn't take it, we would have lost Helene, Skurlock, and there would have been criminals running around. At least they
At
they
what
did
cost,
not make
though?
the decision. They did not make the decision lightly. Let's do something different. Just put it back for right now. Let's talk to Crow. Let's have a conversation as a crew.
She's going to grab your hand, put the vial in it, and wait for you to move.
I'm going to walk back towards the safe and put it back in.
I leave this apartment. I head to my place.
Okay, so you're leaving. Good. You put it back in the safe, Tristero?
Yeah.
Lock it back up? All right. Cool.
That's all.
Great. Let's go to Crow's downtimes.
Hello.
Crow, you have no idea of whatever just happened down in your lab.
Not a thing. I'm too busy sitting next to Strike. For first, I'm going to go and get some of my harm dealt with. It's my turn to see the doctor.
My turn to see the doctor. All right, so you go to see Dr. Evermice, and he's like, I don't see you very often.
You've been seeing me more often lately, I feel like.
It doesn't say good things about you.
No, but nothing does.
Fair enough. All right. Why don't we
This
let's
still working on, yeah?
let's finish up with the arm there, and then what did you do to your face? It's like there's the ruptured blood vessels can still kind of be seen around your nose.
Let's just say that the ghost field and I had a disagreement.
You will lose that disagreement every time.
Only a little bit. I won a little bit too.
Okay. So 4. That's 2.
Yep, I'm gonna go again.
All right, so you're gonna use your second downtime action, and you're gonna go again. It's a 5. That's another 2, so you can heal the arm wound. Your arm wound is gone. And you have 1 click towards the ruptured cranial capillaries.
Sorry. Another thing that I forgot to mention is that my new ability that I took from the Leech Analyst lets me put 2 ticks among any long-term project clocks that involve investigation or learning a new formula or design plan. I'd like to put those into Arcane Artifice.
Okay, I will do that. There they go. Look at that.
So there's that. So I don't have to spend a downtime action to do that. I just get to do that now.
Yeah. All right. You have coin to spend. You have 1 injury still, and you have Tristero still has a downtime action to hand out as he sees fit.
I want to get rid of the rest. I want to try and get rid of my harm again. So I will either spend a coin or use yours. Whatever you want to do. It's fine. I have 5 coins, so I can just keep.
Spend that coin.
Yeah.
All right. All right. We'll spend that coin, so you get another 2 ticks.
Okay, I will leave it like that. That means that next time it will be easier for me to deal with. And then it has been 2 things. 1, I want to talk to Shrike, but not like get anything from her. That is just talking. Yeah, it's not like a scene, like a downtime activity. I do want to do that, but first, if the damned are available, I would like to go and take a lesson from Echo. I have not gone in a while.
Okay, so as your downtime, like you're gonna spend a coin.
Yes, I'm spending either that or
Tristero's. Right. We have or Tristero can give the bonus. That's up to Tristero.
Yeah.
Tristero.
Oh yeah. No. If you want to spend the coin, go for it. If you really need the downtime, let me know and I can pop that.
No, I can do it because I'll still have 3 coin.
Gotcha.
Having done this,
all right. So Silas will spend the coin, and you will go learn from Echo. So go ahead and roll a tune. The damned are back. As you get back, you can see the damned. You can see Varan working in the kitchen, and he's got a nice new burn wound that is healing on his arm. And it definitely didn't come from the kitchen. When you go down into the depths to learn from Echo looks fine, for the most part. You see that there's like a slight faltering in the arm, like they might have a bandage around their shoulder, as though they got shot. But otherwise seems fine. You can hear sounds from Wick's office. Enough of them that you know you don't want to go back there. Haunting would be the word I would use. Haunting.
I love haunting noises, but I will stay away and let Wick do whatever Wick is doing.
Yeah, it's haunting noises in the sense of like, not in the like sound of a ghost haunting, more like the sound of like body modification happening.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of splorching. You don't see Skag. You hear them. You hear varieties of training dummies being ripped to shreds, but you don't see them. So this is going to be, Echo's going to be like, right. Let's take your step training a little bit further this time. The essence of killing a demon does involve some level of mastery over a demon's corporeal form. Now, obviously, I'm not asking you to assert influence on a living demon right now. That would be in a bad spot for both of us.
Yes, you're right.
Echo pulls out a jar, or rather more like a piece of it's a lab thing with a glass case with a hand in it, and puts it on the table. Make that flip me off.
All right. Let me roll a tune. It's a 4.
You make it do this.
Well,
That's 2 ticks for the 4. We'll call that progress for sure. But we're going to keep practicing.
yeah.
Make sense?
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry you've had a rough time recently.
Oh, that's all right. Now we've got this, and he pulls out. They pull out another jar similar to the one with the hand with an eye in it.
Oh, you know, I found a tongue not too long ago, but I did give it to Strike.
It's not the tongue we needed.
That's good.
We don't need a tongue. Is the next thing we need. The next thing we need is actually going to be a heart.
Oh, well, I will keep my eyes open for you.
Don't. The last thing we need is you getting involved in this mess and becoming a target.
Well, bad news on the second bit, but understood. I hope I will see you around, but
Speaking of, that reminds me, none of your friends are frequenters of a place called the Centralia Club, are they?
not that I am aware of.
Oh, good. The owner of the Centralia Club, Harvell Brogan, is dead. This club has been burned to the ground, so...
Oh. Well,
That's what happens when you end up as one of the members of the Circle of Flame. Keep that in mind.
yeah. Well, congratulations.
Which is
on
actually
your-
unfortunate for one of our members, because they were a frequenter of the Centralia Club.
Well, if it makes them feel any better, I have put Asher in much the same spot.
I heard about the Silver Stag. Deeply unfortunate. I have also heard about the Roost.
Yes. Very unfortunate.
Have you gone to see it?
Not yet.
Unbreakable Ice. The entire thing is sealed in unbreakable ice. I don't know what has happened to the individuals inside, but neither bullet, nor bomb, nor flame has been able to pierce it yet.
I don't suppose you have been underground.
Beneath the roost?
Hmm.
Yes. There is a layer of ice down there.
Thank you. Saves me the time of going over to look. Well, it has been good working with you, and I will be back as soon as I can.
Indeed. Oh, and please don't order a coffee with a side of bomb again. Not until we actually have something on the menu that might suffice for that. Maybe we'll make something with like a pastry bomb that you drop in or the like, and then like we'll know for the different clientele that means you're trying to order an actual bomb and it doesn't end up with one of our clerks dropping a grenade in your cup of coffee.
That grenade turned out to be quite useful, actually, but
I'm glad. I'm so happy that we were able to be of service there.
I will tell
What?
Scarlett to not do it again.
Understood. Like, at least, like, hold off until we, like, have a finalized thing on the menu that's, like, coffee and pastry bomb. And then
Have
you
you-
order the pastry bomb charged or something for an actual bomb.
Have you seen the hot chocolate bombs where you just melt them into the milk?
No, but I will keep that in mind and pass that on to Varan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And then you also want to go talk to Shrike, correct?
Yes, I want to go talk to Shrike. Not like get any information, I just want to check in on her.
Much like Helene, Shrike's hands and feet are currently bandaged. They are recovering from first stages of frostbite. Not enough that she's going to lose anything, but it's going to take a week or so for her to get feeling and full range of motion back in those things. But you've got her propped up in a bed in your home, just above you. Hello, Crow.
Hello. How are you
You
doing?
look gloomy.
Well, you know, there's a lot on my mind.
Understandable. There's a lot that's happened.
I wanted to apologize.
For what?
For the choices I made. I could have come to get all of you.
Well, you certainly could have. But one would suppose we'd be very good at taking care of ourselves, wouldn't you?
Of course, I know. I know you are all very, very capable people. I would never think to question that. It's just...
The only reason she won is she caught us by surprise.
Yeah. But I feel a personal level of guilt because they only attacked you to begin with because of me.
Probably. At least at this point.
At this point. Eventually.
But
of
it was
course.
inevitable that they'd come for us eventually.
Yes. I just wish I could have done more to help. But I am glad that you are here. And you are welcome to stay here for as long as you would like. Or I can help you get
I
set up
appreciate
somewhere
that.
else.
No.
There's a fully stocked lab downstairs. You are
Oh.
welcome to it.
Good. Perhaps then I can assist in treating some of your wounds.
I would appreciate that. We seem to be getting them more often lately.
Very fair.
Mhm.
I can also, of course, brew up various concoctions and things Seems the best I could do.
Well,
Can't go home. Home is currently encased in ice.
I'll figure that out at some point.
Yes, well, I think I'm most disappointed at the fact that I just almost finished that puppet with that tongue you gave me.
Hmm. Well, you will get the puppet and bring it home too. I will do my best. I don't want to make a promise I can't keep, but I promise I will try.
They're not dead, you know.
They're not?
No.
But surely, and like gesturing to the hands, they are freezing to death slowly.
This, she gestures to the frostbite, it's more a consequence of my resistance in getting out.
Hmm.
I was the last one they went through. The Lord, obviously, being the first.
Of course.
They are not
Mary.
useful assets if they are dead.
Yeah. I suppose I assumed because when I reached out across the ghost field, all I got was static.
You're probably not going to get much out of people who are cryogenically frozen.
Yeah. But I am glad they are not dead. I am glad that we can try to get them all home safe. And I will try.
Oh, I know. As will I. It is likely they will remain in that state either until they are released by individual who put them there, or she meets her end.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, I will of course be putting some effort towards a formula to see if I can create a defrosting agent.
Let me know if you need anything from the university. I can bring you anything now. I have a full catalog at my disposal.
Wonderful. I might have you start with a corpse then.
I can do that. And Crow will just lean in, like kiss the top of her head on their way out.
She will accept it graciously, and then you'll see that she will pick up some cross stitching that she's working on in order to try to get some dexterity back in her fingers.
Yeah.
And that is where we will be ending today's episode of Fire in the Dark. Our crew went through a lot today. They've been through so much. Now, it is with my sincerest apologies as your GM that we will not be returning until May. We'll be taking April off as a show due to other responsibilities and obligations and other various commitments that we have made. So we will be back during the first full week of May on May 7th will be our next game. That will be episode 4. Anyone thought about this as only episode 3 so far?
Yeah.
We've been through so much, and I
We
don't
haven't even
have
hit the
enough
halfway
dead
mark.
bodies to show for it.
So, shall we roll out? I have, of course, been your dungeon master, your game master. This isn't Dungeons and Dragons. I've been your game master, Jamie Wolf. My pronouns are they, them, and you can find me across the internet as Jamie Wolf or Jamie Wolf Art. I've been joined by my wonderful cast, starting with Rue.
Hello, my name is Rue. I use they, he, or Z pronouns if you're feeling spicy. You can find me on Twitter as at Ilana Knight 13 and everywhere else as just Ilana Knight without the 13. And above all other things that I'm going to promote right now, now through April 7th, Tabletop RPGs for Trans Rights in Florida is running. For as low as $5, but as much as you can afford to give, you get 505 games, supplements, and expansions, as well as things from our partners, Chaosium and Dungeon in a Box, and a couple of other smaller publishers are partnering with us as well. And all of that that money goes to 2 charities working directly with trans folks in Florida: Zebra Youth Coalition, which run a bunch of shelters for LGBTQ youth, and Trans Inclusive Group, which is a trans-led, trans-centered charity working to not only help trans folks with like legal money, like legal paperwork and money and those sorts of things, but also end the disparity for trans people of color.
All right. And then Cole.
Hi there. I am Cole, aka Ice Cold Brew. I am one half of Inside the Table, a tabletop RPG talk show. And actually, our past episode that we just released talked about the very same bundle that Rue mentioned. It's absolutely amazing. Marley goes in and talks about a huge variety. Also, side note, some of the games that are on this list I actually saw locally at a board game store, which was really cool because they're all printed in zine form. I am also available on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr at Ice Cold Brew. And I also do Gamecasts, esports commentary for minor league esports, and now Rocket Underground on the weekend. So follow those channels if you want to know when that's popping off. And I'm also in Denari's Half Dozen, which is another show on this channel as well, popping up every other week. We are heading into episode 3 this week as well. And that will be premiering on Tuesday at 7:30 EST, 6:30 EST. Hopefully. I believe you got Mike. And yeah, that's me for right now.
Parker.
Hi, I'm Parker. Pronouns are they, them. You can find me online at the Pixie Parker, Twitch or Twitter, probably the Twitch or Twitter. Yeah, those are the 2 apps. I don't know anymore. Listen. I don't know where I am. I don't really exist. That's a lie. We're gonna exist a little more. But I normally play dating sims, or I do absolutely unhinged baking streams, of which I have several more planned. It is going to be an entertaining time. Otherwise, I can't think of anything else. I don't know. I'm not doing that much, friends. Just follow those. Just go support the other things. I don't know. That's it.
And last but not least, we're going to throw our wonderful thanks out to Duskfall's most explosive personality, Brandon, aka AshenWorks, our producer, who's sat in the background of all this and occasionally been the voice of God. So, from all of us here, all of you, see you next time, scoundrels.